Darling Radio, like and subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Let's get Nathaniel. Nathaniel, what's happening? Unmute your microphone, Nathaniel.
Hello, Brother Tariq. How are you?
I'm good, Nathaniel. What's going on with you?
I'm doing great. Your monologues these last couple of weeks have been great, phenomenal.
Thank you.
But I did want to push back on you. Oops, sorry.
I said thank you, but go ahead. You want to push back and speak up a little louder. You're a little low.
Is it better now?
We'll work with it, but go ahead.
A couple of days ago, you had one of these monologues concerning the FBA who was shot by these YNs in Texas and his daughter, unfortunately. And why is it that even with this story that you're talking about today, whenever a tether or even a white person comes up on here, you say things like the mafia, for example, or school shootings are endemic to their culture. You say things like, with this story that you're talking about today, you say things like them running up on FBAs and attacking them are endemic to their culture. Mm-hmm. Whenever someone brings up FBA culture, right, with the rappers getting shot, Trouble, who else? Offset, or not Offset, Takeoff, mm-hmm. XXX, Pop Smoke, right, the list goes on. You say that these are individuals.
Yeah.
Or you individualize them, mm-hmm. just as you're not doing right now with the guy who unfortunately got shot in the McDonald's. Why is that officer not an individual?
No, because he's working for a system. In fact, working for a security company who hired him for that purpose. That's a systematic thing. That's a systematic thing. You see how that works? This guy was hired specifically so that he could target black folks, and he took it to the next level. See, when some dusty Negro runs up and shoots somebody at a car wash, none of us, we ain't got nothing to do with him. None of us. Not even the streets. The streets ain't got nothing to do with a dude like that because you messed the money up in the streets. A real hustler who's getting money, that's a bad look. Because when they shot that poor baby, boy, it was cops all over the place. They were turning the city over looking for them fools. And you know what happens? You shut down the trap. You shut down the gambling spot. You shut down the hostro. Everybody's money is frozen for the next couple of weeks. Also, you got people in jail playing Let's Make a Deal, telling and running their damn mouths, making the block even hotter because police are looking for suspects. So now everybody's raising their hand trying to get a lighter deal. So now that just puts a monkey wrench in the whole game. So that's not a systematic thing. When some dumbass YN runs out here and harms a kid and just shoots somebody, that's an individual act. This dude, who was that security guard, remember, this guy was hired to protect the public and protect that venue. And he's up here doing this old Hotel Rwanda ass bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. That's something different.
But how is he not an individual when tethers, as you call them, how often do they do something like this? Do they just go at a McDonald's and shoot at a FBA, or we don't know if the guy's FBA, but that's not very common, is it?
Well, no, we don't allow them to do shit like that. We kind of check them on that, but they do that in their homeland all the time. They do that back in their homeland. That tribalistic bullshit, they do it a lot. That's why they have to flee. And your homeland. Your homeland too. So yeah, y'all have to for a reason.
Open your eyes. Come on. It's been FBAs all along. The people behind all of your sufferings, it's always been your people. Just open your eyes. Look at the fighting in the schools.
That's a lot.
Look at...
That's you projecting, sir. That's you projecting.
I don't want to get personal.
Right.
I mean, your nephew, he was shot by an FBA.
Well, I don't know what the dude's lineage was, but he was a dusty Negro, and that was an individual thing. That was a dusty individual.
See?
And just like your village, all of the slaughtering and killing in your village, you had to flee. At least my nephew and I didn't have to flee. It didn't get that bad. But yeah, you had to flee. It got so bad. You had to come over here to North America because you couldn't cut it in your homeland because of the violence. That's the thing that really got you. And you guys are the face of the political sphere there. So that's what makes it systematic to a certain degree, sir. That's why you had to.
If you look at a chart of the top 50 most violent cities in America, there's 7 of them that are from the United States of America, and all 7 of those are mostly FBA.
But if
Jackson,
you look at some of the countries that are the most violent, with the most rape, with the most female circumcision that's forced, with the most poverty, hunger, that's your homeland, sir. That's why you had to flee, right? That's why you're over here.
Tariq, you fled too. You live in a white neighborhood.
No, I
Tariq.
don't. How am I in a white neighborhood and I'm black?
Tariq, we know.
How am I in a white?
We know where you live, Tariq. You live in a.
How am I in a white neighborhood and I'm black? One of my neighbors is in here now. Joel lives down the street from me. He's black.
Yeah, that's one
There's
person
not
out of 200.
And Chris Brown's mom had a house next door to mine. So yeah, Exhibit lives around the corner from me. So I don't live in a white neighborhood. There's black people all in my neighborhood. I live in a pretty wealthy neighborhood, but it ain't. You tell this thing, anything wealth is white. That's why you got a white man's picture in your profile, sir. You're pretending to be a white man. See, anything.
So what's the racial demographic?
Anything successful, you equate with white. That's the tether mindset. That's why, that's that colonized mindset, sir. But it's okay.
So what's the racial demographic of your
It's
neighborhood?
the same.
Could you tell the
The
audience?
same as Los Angeles. The same as Los Angeles.
And what's that?
It's like what? It's about 10%. Los Angeles is about 10% black. It's a very small.
Exactly. So you live in a majority Hispanic white
But no,
neighborhood.
the whole
You fled
city
from-
is majority white and Hispanic. The whole city. So you're not saying anything,
No, you could live in South Central.
sir. I have a business in South Central, and do you know all the Mexicans who are in South Central now? And Compton. Compton is very.
But it's way more than 10%.
Compton is very Mexican now. Most black people are living out in Palmdale, Lancaster, the Inland Empire, places like that. A lot of black people have been pushed way out of the mid-city, sir. But yeah, this is my city. All of it is my city, sir. There's no white area. All of it is mine. This city was founded by black people. This is my city. My taxes go all over here. So that's the great thing about being a foundational black American. We don't have to live in little shanty towns and villages like in your homeland when the white people are living high on the hog. So you're projecting your failed village mindset onto us. Just like in South Africa, your homeland, white people have running water, heating, plumbing, electricity, everything works smooth in the white area. In your little village, y'all got flies, fans, and camel milk. And you think that that's normal. No. We live all over the place over here, sir. That's the great.
Look, I'm not going to cape for those foreigners, but at least they own the utilities. You guys don't own anything. You don't own the sewage plants. You don't own the water plants. You don't own the electricity plants.
You're trying to claim ownership of streams and rivers that you shit and bathe in your homeland. That's your plumbing system, sir.
But if you look at a billionaire list, right, most of
Oh,
your billionaires aren't in entertainment. All your billionaires are
Don't
entertainment.
tell me about no billionaires. I don't want to hear about no billionaires over there in your homeland because you have none. Because y'all don't have anything popping over there, sir. Your billionaires couldn't even help y'all get your shanty towns together, sir. I don't want to hear about that. That's why you left. You're over here, sir. Come on.
Look at a black billionaire list. None of them are FBA who are
Sir.
not in entertainment.
Sir, most of us in this room,
All the FBA,
most of us,
all
Most
the
of-
FBA billionaires are
we don't
rappers.
even have,
They're athletes.
most of the people in this space right now have more money than everybody in your country that you fled from, sir. We don't even have to be billionaires. Some of the people in here got regular 9-to-5s and they are doing better than the majority of
and
the
they work for Europeans. They
And-
work for Europe.
majority, not everybody, and the majority of the country that you fled from, sir. You understand? Yeah, you project a lot of your failure, Nathaniel.
FBAs, if you have to go wake up at 6 a.m. to go work for a European, raise your hand. How many FBAs have a
You
work
have to-
boss that you have to
If you have to get up at 6 a.m. to go walk 40 miles to get water for your village, raise your hand, Nathaniel. Raise your hand, sir. If you have to get up at 5 in the morning to go down to the green card office to do something strange for a little piece of change, hoping that you can get a visa to get the hell up out of there, raise your hand, Nathaniel.
And UFBAs would be doing the same thing if it wasn't for the white people who brought you
No,
over.
no, sir. No. No, no, no. We're fine. We've always been fine. We take care of ourselves. We try to get the
Clearly not if you're shooting 5-year-olds in car washes.
yeah, and we don't know the background of those dudes. They might be tethers too. They might be Caribbean tethers. We don't know the back.
No, they're much.
Oh, no, no, no. We don't know the background of them dudes. We don't know the background. And again, those are niggas who ain't got nothing to do with the rest of black society. That wasn't sanctioned by anybody. But y'all be doing that shit, and it's normal over in your homeland. Y'all be doing all types of shit to women and kids, and that's normal in your failed homeland, sir. It's not looked down.
Is Adonis Robinson an FBA name? Is
yeah. That weird shit is normal in your homeland, Nathaniel. So you need to be
so
thankful.
how come
You need to be thankful,
FBAs?
Nathaniel. Why don't you say, hey, stop having all that jealousy and contempt and say, hey, thank you, Foundation of Black Americans, for getting me out of that dirty village with all of them flies on my stomach. Thank you, FBA. Why don't y'all just be?
I have no issue with FBA's role in setting up the country. You can say you built it, whatever, but we have to address this endemic violence that's happening in the FBA community.
No.
If you look at the top.
No. A lot of the violence comes from U-tethers, especially up in Minnesota. A lot of the violence is coming from U-tethers, sir. That's where a lot of the violence is coming from. You understand? So we got to get rid of some of the tether violence, right? Right, Nathaniel?
All right, can I just ask just one more thing? So do you believe that FBAs have agency? Like, for example, I think 40% of FBA women are obese. Do you think that that's because of white people? Like, what's the issue with that? And also the fighting in the schools, is that because white people? Like, what causes that? Is there FBA agency, or just everything is due to white supremacy?
Well, if they're obese, they're trying to mimic your foreheads in your East African homeland because y'all have big fat foreheads. Let me get our good sister, Love I Am, in here. Love I Am, would you speak to this tether, please?
I simply don't to me, everything that he's saying, I don't understand how these are the conclusions that a melanated human who comes from a destabilized nation would come to. Like, how would you skip over the colonization of your country, that is, and all of the theft that is happening in your country to get to us? And it's annoying because this is that narcissistic devaluation that happens. It's a Negrophobic thought process, actually. It's anti-Black American, because the reality of the matter is that white people, Bill Gates literally has a depopulation agenda for the entire planet. It doesn't get more violent than that.
Oh,
so the fact that they use Black Americans to scapegoat everything, vaccinations, they literally, all of these things that the dominant culture is, it gets to your people. So
Daniel, there's jealousy there. What's with the jealousy? Because the sister made a good point. It's rooted in.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do FBAs have agency? That's a simple question.
Sir, you're not at liberty to ask that. You're talking about obesity. Sir, you know what's, I'll take obesity than starving, sir. You wish you can get obese in your homeland. You're walking around bony, ribs showing, but the belly big and flies all over you. Yeah, give me
See, that's the difference between FBAs and other people on the planet. We'll acknowledge our problems, but the FBAs will just blame it on everyone else.
Oh, no.
Don't you think that that's an important distinction between the two groups, FBAs and non-FBAs?
Sorry, y'all love talking about it's the government. Well, you're the government, sir.
Exactly. They'll at least admit that they voted in the government. FBAs will say, "Oh, we didn't vote in that government. That's not our issue.
Oh, that's
not our fault."
No, we take it. No. We just made the Democrats crash and burn, and that was a grassroots movement, sir. So we take responsibility. We don't have a choice but to. Nobody's looking out for us. Foundational Black Americans, we look out for ourselves. We're not sitting around here with plates of Red Cross rice like you and trying to find a place to flee like a coward, to the point where you have to sit up here using a white man's profile picture because you're so ashamed of who you are. Don't project your shame onto us. And I think that's where a lot of your vitriol comes from. You stay in our spaces, Nathaniel, whining and trolling to project the insecurities you have about fleeing your failed homeland and sitting up here pretending to be a white man. That's
You need to explain these crime rates and these obesity rates and these
Long-
5-year-olds that are getting shot in car washes.
I can deal with
You
that.
need to explain this.
That's called life. It's okay. Long as I'm not living in a shanty.
No, we don't have to live like
Long
this.
as-
You don't have to live in a world where 5-year-olds get shot in car.
No, long as I'm not living in a shanty town, wiping my ass with giraffe ears. All right? Long as I'm not doing that. Let me get my brother Afro Elite in the building. Brother Afro Elite, hop on in, sir.
The best way to attract high-ticket coaching clients is not to spend all your time and money on social media content creation and trying to go viral on TikTok.
I can hear you, my good brother. How are you?
First off, before I address what Nathaniel said, I want to say this. Okay, I ordered 2 sticks of your Root Work deodorant.
Yes.
All right, that stuff is high class, top tier. Okay, top tier. I got the cocoa butter and I got the what's the citrus charm? I think it was.
Yes.
Y'all got to get that stuff.
Yes.
Wonderful, absolutely top class, Beth.
You
Now,
need to get the Lucky
so-
Lavender as well. That
No-
one's good.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, maybe next time. To address what Nathaniel said, I think that this goes to culture. What our brother Tariq is essentially trying to say is that as much there is violence, let's be honest, there's violence in every other community. The thing is that we don't have a culture of accepting this stuff. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, all my life, I've seen Black people have a Stop the Violence march and put the guns down march and community meetings so we can calm down gang violence and stuff like that, because we have a culture of rejecting violence and crime and things like that. We've always rejected that. So that makes it anti our culture, because the solid majority of us reject violent crimes or crimes of any sort. That's unlike you all's culture. You all's culture, scamming, violence against women, violence against children. That's not called out. You guys don't speak out on that stuff. Now, am I saying that all you all do it? No, but all you all don't have to, because the ones who do it, nothing gets said about that. That's not publicly shamed or criticized or chastised. There's nothing in the culture that says we need to sit down and have a conversation about how to end all this violence against children and all this violence against women and all this scamming that we're doing. Your culture doesn't do anything to stop that from happening, unlike foundational Black Americans. That's the
a
problem.
huge lie.
That's the difference, because you can say, well, there's violence on both sides, but the thing is, our culture always works to try to solve that. Your culture, what you do is you flee. You go to someplace else because you have a culture of not solving your problems. We are the only people really in the world, if we're going to really go there, of actually having a culture of solving our own problems. Problems, mind you, that we didn't even really put in the community, if we're going to be honest about that. But I don't want to be too long.
There you go, my man.
Because the boys in the hood are always hard. You come talking that trash, we'll pull your card. No, nothing in life but to be legit. Don't quote me.
That's
boys.
that's a song, sir. That's a song. What does that mean?
That's your culture.
That's a song.
These are songs for your
That is a
culture.
song.
That's a song.
That's a song.
Written by a college student. Ice Cube was a college student when he wrote that song, and he went to
Or songs not a part of culture.
yeah, he wrote a song as a college student, and now he's one of the most prolific Black independent producers out here now. So what are you saying?
So it's okay to write songs about shooting FBAs as long as you go and become a
Yeah,
professor
I would
or
rather
a
hear a
producer or
song.
whatever.
I would rather hear a song about shooting than go to your homeland and get shot, because that's what you're doing in your home.
That's not what the crime. That's not
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the crime stops.
Y'all don't rap about.
Okay. Do you see how much you have to reach? You're talking about a song. So now what we can't rap about a song. We can't make
So
any
what's
type of
culture?
no, it's fiction.
what's culture?
It's fiction. It's
What's
fiction.
culture?
It's
So
fiction.
what's culture?
He wasn't
What's
talking about
culture then?
something he was doing. He was making a song.
So what's FBA culture then, if not music?
FBA culture is solving our problems. FBA culture is solving our problems. Don't cherry pick music. Don't cherry pick music, because the only
This
time you
music
guys
is a
bring
part of
up
your
music
culture.
is when you bring up certain parts of hip hop. No, don't have to do that. Because then we can bring up Michael Jackson, we can bring up Whitney Houston, we can bring up beautiful music that you guys don't have anything similar to. So y'all don't want to play the music game. Y'all really, really, really don't. But to be honest with you, that song, to be honest, that song, that's a reach. That's a reach,
Hard.
because that's not reflective of his character.
Yes, indeed, my man.
So he just made a song about shooting FBAs, and it's not a part of his character.
No, it's not.
That song isn't a part of culture.
No, it's not. It's just like a movie. It's just like
You made microphone check.
Yes.
Come on.
What about him? What about it?
This is hip hop. This is rap. Is rap not FBA culture?
Yeah, when y'all wrap your mouths around the green card off his man's dick in order to get a green card. So y'all rap too. And sir, you can't really point the finger. You just can't. You're too violent. Y'all are about the violence. Yeah, we'll rap about it, but you guys will be about the violence, sir. And that is a problem.
So why are 7 FBA cities in the top 50 most violent cities in the world? 7 FBA cities.
then why-
Detroit, New Orleans.
Why is your homeland so violent to the point you had to flee? Long as we're not that bad. Why are we not as bad as you?
So why aren't these cities in the top 50 most violent cities if they're so violent?
Why are we not as
Why you don't?
Why are we not as bad as your homeland to the point where you had to flee? You're not at liberty to point the finger. That's what makes you look silly, sir. You can't.
Whatever homeland you think I'm from, it's not in the top 50
And that's
of
another
the
thing.
most violent cities.
And you know what? Your homeland is so bad, you're too embarrassed to admit exactly where it's from. That's how bad it is and how embarrassed and ashamed of your homeland you are. You're too ashamed to even admit where the hell your homeland is. You ain't at liberty to point fingers at none of us. We don't want to hear your insecurities, sir. We don't want to hear it.
Rick, I'm from America. I don't play these your tether
Now-
games that you do with everyone, where you accuse everyone of being a tether, even Drake.
We
You say
know
he's a
we
tether.
know you're from East Africa. We just don't know the exact country and you won't say it, which is fine. It doesn't matter. You're ashamed of yourself. You're ashamed of your homeland. You're ashamed of your culture. And you try to project that shame onto us over here. And we're not trying to hear it. We're not going for that, sir. You got to handle your own business. Get your homeland together. You stay lurking in our circles, wagging your little goosey encrusted finger. And we're telling you, you're just not at liberty to talk about any crime over here, sir. That makes sense, sir?
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing. And I'm not gonna play the you're a tether game
But
because
you are.
you accuse everyone of being a tether, including Drake, who has an FBA father. And other than that, I just want to tell the FBAs to put the guns down. FBAs, come on, there are 5-year-olds that are dying out here.
And speaking and with the 5-year-old, and that's the thing about us. I want you to understand something. The dudes who shot that baby, these guys are marked men already. When they go to jail, they're going to have to put them in PC. These dudes are dead men walking. They got to put them in protective custody. See, that's the difference between your culture and our culture. The streets will handle those dudes if they get up out of PC somewhere. But those dudes are marked men. It ain't like over in your village. Y'all just got abandoned kids walking around and you're stomping over them. We don't roll like that. That's normalized in your culture, which is what you're trying to project on us. But we make sure that children get justice over here. That's what happened to that baby. That's universally looked down by foundational Black Americans, sir.
That's a lie. You guys can't even get George Zimmerman. You can't even get Derek Chauvin either.
Well, Derek Chauvin is in jail. So what you talking about?
And that's my point, is that you say, oh, FBAs are going to police in the prison. They're going to get revenge in the prison. You guys, these people are just walking around fine. George Zimmerman's fine.
Zimmerman,
The guy from Ferguson's fine.
George Zimmerman, this man has bounced all around the country. He's damn near in witness protection. Nobody knows where Zimmerman is. Some people said he's in Arizona somewhere. Some people said he's in another part of Florida. They done got this man basically in witness protection. Nobody knows where he is. Chavin, they got him in PC, and they already poked him up in jail. Somebody already poked him up. So yeah, what you talking about, sir?
I was an Hispanic. I was a Hispanic guy.
Yeah, he's on a lot of people's hit list.
Just they don't run.
Yeah,
FBAs don't run the prison anymore.
no.
But
What they
FBA,
tried to do, I guess they tried to keep him away from the blacks, and they thought that he was going to probably be safe around some of the Mexican mafia guys because they're aligned with a lot of the white supremacists in prison. So probably somebody broke bad and poked him up. So they got to really put him in deep PC somewhere. So yeah, they're keeping him away from the brothers. You better believe that. Do you think Derek Chauvin is around any black people in prison for real?
yes, the prisons are like 60% FBA.
Goodbye. Goodbye. This idiot don't know. Yeah, you don't know the culture here, sir.
So this been, a debate, okay? Because you have you got a decent amount of FBAs and ADOS and even some right wing. Listen, family, like you really don't know who shaped some of our brothers' talking points and sisters' talking points. What's hard to discern unless you know the talking points, and everybody seems genuine. But listen, it's hard to determine if somebody's being original or if they're just borrowing talking points for somebody that you never heard of. So now a right-wing extremist talking point is that hip hop is influencing the kids to steal, deal, all these other things like that. Again, that's a very extremist ideology, okay, by right-wing supremacists. And you have a lot of black nationalists that'll take that and run with it, right? Without any, that just sounds so good. And depending who you're listening to, that's a black nationalist, they're going to add their own personal conspiracy theories to it. So, for example, Candace Owens, she speaks on this. I don't know her take on rap. I think she said the same thing. Matter of fact, I'm gonna search her channel to see what she says about it. But her pro-choice, pro-life argument, she's not as extreme as black nationalists like Focus. She'll say extreme stuff like, hey, you're killing, young ones and all this extremist stuff. But what she don't do is say they're trying to exterminate the black race. Like she don't go that far with it. Like she blames the individuals of practicing this termination, and she'll blame the government for allowing it or whomever. But what she doesn't do is go as far as to say, this is all done to exterminate the black race. This is what black nationalists do. They take a right-wing extremist argument and make it extreme times 10. Okay. And I don't want to call out any groups. I just want to say these are right-wing arguments that they just take in times 10 and they be that extreme. So Planned Parenthood is designed to exterminate the black race. I mean, it's like ridiculous claims like that, all because they're against it. So, okay, you're against that practice. Cool, that's okay. But them being against it is not enough. They want you to be against it. But their arguments and their points aren't strong enough, and it's not backed by science. What they got to do is they got to create a shock value behind it. They're trying to exterminate the black race, and then they'll pick and choose articles. It's really sloppy research, and it's not respected in any serious professional circles at all. Okay, so example,
part of the letter that I wanted to read. Maybe if you can scroll down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can scroll down off this screen so that I could, because it was a certain part of the letter that I wanted to read. Maybe if you can scroll down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can scroll down.
So Focus is going to read a letter.
So, I mean, you know, let's just read the letter for those who, you know, may have not ever seen this letter before.
Hold on, we'll make it larger first. This letter is worse than the Willie Lynch letter, by the way.
Yeah, let's enlarge it. No, that's fine.
Okay.
So, I mean, I've seen this letter on various different websites. Pete Rock, he did.
I'm telling you, this is their research. He's seen a letter, an anonymous John Doe letter on different websites. And for him, it's good enough because he already believes that rap is like very influential in our communities. Like it just creates a race full of, or a bunch of kids. Like rap by itself just creates, you know, what the degenerate behavior right now amongst our youth. That's as far as he'll go. He'll say rap by itself is probably the solely blame on why our kids are out of control. Like that's where he would go with this. So he's seen his letter on different websites. He doesn't care if it's official, if it's BS. He doesn't care. It goes along with his already preconceived biases. Okay. So he's gonna read those willy-nilly letters with nobody name attached to it. It's anonymous. It's a John Doe, and for him, that's good enough. For me, unbiased, and I'm unbiased with my research as well. If I can't provide you a source to something, I'm definitely not reading it as credible. You dig? But for this guy, see, because I'm responsible. I'm very responsible in my research. That's why my research, it's important for me to tell you where I got it from. He can't tell you who wrote this, but he believes it as like his scripture. Watch this.
A little expose on it. You know, a lot of the older rappers and the pioneers of rap music, they really understand this in a different way because they were the people who were squeezed out of the game. Let's just say, you know, the pioneers of the rap industry, those people who brought rap to us in such a way that it cleaned us and conditioned us and made us better. You know, those people were removed and, you know, silenced, and all by design. But a lot of those older individuals, the Pete Rocks, the Eric Sermons,
the older rappers were removed and silenced by design.
You know, Rakims, they know
that's why I got
this,
the puppet master,
and they understand
right
this.
there.
And that's another thing, you know, that always gets to me. If you actually look at, you know,
so Focus believes the thumbnail is real. He believes that we're just mindless puppets, that white supremacy just controls us on a regular basis without any resistance. We just fall for all of their tricks and gadgets.
Any other genre, any other race of people, any other genre of music, you know, their legends are revered. You know, the legends that they produce, pop music and rock and roll, you know,
I want to get to the
ancient art. As a people don't feel like paying homage to those people, and it's really, you know, really, you know, we don't love the in this direction, and those influences are these influences. Love music. I love making to the full extent that I should.
God dang,
white music. I listen to, you know, the Z100 music and live anymore, or segregation.
That boy be talking.
As a young, you know, after more than 20 years, I finally decided to tell the world. So it says. So let's read this real quick. So it says. After more than 20 years, I finally decided to tell the world
I'm gonna look for
what I witnessed in 1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music and ultimately American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making this story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. So I've simply decided to leave out names and all the details that may risk my personal well-being and that of those who were like me, dragged into something they weren't ready for. Between the late 80s and early 90s, I was what you may call a decision maker with one of the most established companies in the music industry. I came from Europe, and in the early 1980s, I quickly established myself in the business. Now remember, in the 80s, between the 80s and 90s, you know, you had a lot of positive Black music, you had a lot of positive Black artists, but in opposition to that, or you know, in contrast to that, a lot of the white music was really, really negative. You had a lot of
Okay, so Candace Owens does speak on it.
This punk rock phase going on, you know, and it was influencing young white kids to make bad decisions. So they understood that the music, you know, was a quintessential factor in the decision making of young kids. And Tipper Gore, Al Gore's daughter, went on a campaign to take punk rock music out of the mainstream. You know, she fought hard because she understood the detrimental effects that it was having on the youth that listened to it. This is between the 80s and the 90s. So they understand the power of the music, you know, with regards to the conditioning, the behavior of.
So I want you to understand when you start using pronouns, all right? They understand. So this is like a slick, I don't know if he does it on purpose or he just ignorant to it, but you can't start using pronouns without first establishing the noun. Who are the they? So he leaves that to our imagination. The they. So again, you know how we say we're not a monolith? Well, stop making white people monolith, okay? Who are the they to speak to? And whoever the they is, the reason why they don't identify the they, when I say they, I mean the likes of Focus, they don't ever identify the they, because then they got to prove it. So once they say the they, we're going to say, well, how do you know that that's how they think? And then it's just, we start whistling. Okay, so just beware of when people say they and them, and, you know, they and them. When they do that, please ask them who. And they'll be reluctant to answer. When they do answer, watch the answer be something like the white man, where they all just a monolith. They just all white people just think the same. How does white construction companies benefit from the music industry? So let's say you got some white record labels that's doing exactly what Focus is saying. How does the white constructive company tie into that? They don't. But if you say they, that means all white people. Therefore, you're tying in the businessman, the banker, you're tying in the lawyer, the white college basketball player. That's what happens when you do the monolith thing. Just say, who is it? But then you gotta tell us how you know. And they can't do that. All right, so real fast, let me cut to Candace Owens. She said so much retarded stuff.
It's a broken culture, it's a broken society, and hip hop is hurting things. But I also want to talk to you about something.
Okay, so she said hip hop, right? Like a little boy.
It's a broken culture, it's a broken society, and hip hop is hurting things. But I also want to talk to you about something I've realized. Even if Black Americans are aware and know their history, right? And you can get Black conservatives who understand the history much more, who understand, you know, the ills of the left and what the left has done. But still, in that regard, they bring to the conservative side the same bad habits that I was hoping Black conservatives would be abandoning. And what I'm talking about, number one, is conflict resolution. Black Americans do not know how to resolve basic conflicts. Everything has to turn into a fight. I hate you forever. You got to draw lines. It's like you're this gang or that gang. And you still see it happening in politics.
Black Americans, all of us. But this is how you speak. This is normally how you speak when you are black and you have a white significant other. That is the typical rhetoric. Okay, so now
Okay,
let's
guys.
hear her on rap.
This last day coming to you from Los Angeles. It's been fun, but it's time for me to get
And
home.
then
What do
we'll
I
get
have for you
back to
today?
DJ Focus,
Well, are you
Crazy
familiar with that
Thoughts.
account Libs of TikTok? It's run by a young woman named Haya Raychick. She spawned an online
What do you want?
debate because what she's been doing is capturing the really vile messages and rhetoric coming from left-leaning individuals on the internet, and she's been sending that content to their
It's a wrap.
employers and their jobs based on plus intentional push to sign artists who are creating music that is more and more derogatory. In fact, I think that black music and music all across the board has become somewhat pornographic, but especially black music. I mean, I grew up listening to The Temptations, Lauryn Hill. You can't tell me that these executives, these record executives, are crawling all across social media and this is the best talent that they can find. Of course it's not. They're intentionally signing these individuals, in my view.
So this is Focus position. Like I said, I know who his mother and daddy is. It's in a figurative sense. You dig? As far as information today, I know who he goes to. Dr. Umar Johnson and Candace Owens. Okay, that's what I mean. So he looks for information today. His weird conspiracy theories. He goes to Dr. Umar, Candace Owens. So they both coincidentally believe the same thing on rap.
Individuals like Cardi B, individuals like Sexy Red, because they are trying. Record executives are crawling all across social media, and this is the best talent that they can find.
Okay, so at least she established the pronoun. She said record executives. They, but can you give us one in particular? Can you give us an example of one?
Of course it's not. They're intentionally signing these individuals, in my view, individuals like Cardi B, individuals like Sexy Red, because they are trying to impact our psyche. I believe the eyes and the ears are the window to the soul. And they know the soul is real, and they know that God is real. But as I told
So they know they're record executives. They know the soul is real. They know God is real. So record executives are all religious, right? They all believe in God. They know God is real. Okay, Candace Owens, keep going.
many times on this show, they are Team Satan. Well, lo and behold, I was scrolling on Instagram and I came across this montage of rappers and musical artists speaking about exactly that. Take a listen.
I was on rap stages rapping about, violence and guns. That we get.
Okay, so now the anecdotal experiences, just get 2-3 rappers, and when they say it, it must be true.
They pay to rap about that stuff. They actually pay us more when we rap about more ignorant stuff. So I make sure I even align and come on talking on stages like this.
And by the way, this is when he was doing the thing with Ruben. No. This is the owner. Was this the owner of the? Which owner was it? Was it the football team? Was this the Patriots owner? He was running around, supposed to be going, speaking for prison reform, something like that. So what do you mean? Do they actually pay you? Like, how do they pay you more? Like, rappers make their money off sales. So you think a record company is going to say, "Hey, man, I see what you got going on." Okay, so all that J. Cole stuff. And this is the thing. This is my rebuttal to Focus and Candace Owens. So they pay you more for degenerate music. So record labels, are they in the business to make money or not? Because their argument is not consistent. They'll say the record executives are in the business to make money, right? That's what they will say. I say, okay, fine. But then they'll say they'll pay you more to make the degenerate music. Okay, so now I'll hold that point. I want this guy to finish.
Rap about more ignorant stuff, so I make sure I even align and come on talking on stages like this.
That's kind of why I didn't want to do this song, Shake It, or like any drill songs, because it's like these songs are activating like these demons that I killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be that girl anymore. Like I just want to be a mother. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be that old Cardi anymore.
But what if Summer comes to you as pretty as she is and says, "Mom, I want to be a city girl"?
She ain't gonna be no city girl.
So Summer ain't allowed to be no city girl?
No. I want her raised totally different. Like, you know, I don't even want her to even see the light of day like that. Like, I really want her to just be like, you know, like level-headed, a schoolgirl, and just on a whole nother wave. Like,
So to be clear, to quickly recap who you had, there was Meek Mill, who was.
Okay, so let me finish cooking first. So now they have these weird conspiracy theories, right? They go unchallenged. They don't like to be challenged. And as we've seen, Candace Owens, you ever see her debates? She does exactly what Focus does. She talks over the person the entire time. Okay, it's not like when she debates Piers Morgan or Mark Lamont Hill, she just talks over them. Okay, so that's what goes on, right? But to be in a serious conversation with somebody that you're giving equal time to, these ideas, they don't stand up. So as I was saying before, they would say record execs, right? Record labels, record producers, they are in the business to make money. Okay. So then I'll say, okay, but they're going to pay you to make the degenerate music, right? Pay you more. Like he said, what's his name? Meek Mills. They're going to pay you more. But does it sell more? So they're going to pay you more and it doesn't sell as much as the other music that doesn't, it's not about that. For example, the four most selling artists, the four best artists right now, well, not now, have been for a while, has been Drake, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, and Kanye West. So how come they ain't getting paid more to rap about drilling and killing and drugging? Why are their lyrics are like more like Nas? The Kanye West, Jesus Walks, Through the Wire, J. Cole, all of his music, Kendrick Lamar, and Drake. Keisha, do you love me? This is what they normally, this is most of their music. Their music is not hardly ever rah-rah. The music is normally like that. It's dancing club music, you know. So, but why? And that music sells the most. And it always has. You go back to Biggie Smalls, like Diddy told Biggie Smalls, we ain't doing that because that don't sell. So he did the Biggie Give Me One More Chance and the 112. That went crazy. When Tupac did California Love and To Live and Die, that went crazy. To Live and Die in LA. When Jay-Z did more music, right? Because he was never the bigger seller. Well, look when DMX and 50 Cent, look at 50 Cent. Come on. So this whole notion you get paid more to perform degenerate, you know, songs. So you're getting paid more, but you're selling less. And that's why I say name the exec, name the record producer. So I can cook you, Candace. Because I can show you how they don't do that, you know? Because I got some in mind, I was hoping she would say. Record producers, record labels, record producers, record companies, they are about what sells. They don't care if you think about Snoopy. If that's going to sell Diamond, they're pushing it. Why is mostly all Usher songs? Why mostly all Usher songs have been fairly clean? A little sexual content because it's from the Grown and Sexy, but his music has been pretty much clean. Do y'all agree? Usher music, and he sells the most. Now, Rihanna got some ratchet songs, but a lot of her songs are pretty much clean as well. And she sells crazy. Beyonce sells crazy. But the Sexy Red, she's not selling like that. And she's not making any money. Meek Mills ain't as rich as you think in the rap game. How long has he been there? Not that. Look at Gunna. That doesn't sell. You got a few ratchet people who would dance like crazy to ratchet music, but the bulk of us do not buy that stuff, man. We'll bob her head to the beat. She might even clap her cheeks. But the average black person, average FBA dogs, we appreciate good music. And that's why I say the ones that sell the most, the Rihannas, the Beyoncés, the Drakes, the Kendrick Lamars, the Kanye West, and J. Cole's. Okay? And look at, yes, good job. And look at all of Gunna's music since he's been out. As a matter of fact, not since he's been out, because Gunna, like, he's really not been that drill rapper. I used to be a Gunna fan, so I'll tell you, he was not really doing that. He's rapping about buying girls like expensive stuff for the most part. Yeah, but this whole notion that this lie that they get paid crazy money to rap, over sexualized, to be over sexualized and talk about killing, that is not. Look at now. Watch this. How about Pop Smoke? Y'all remember Pop Smoke? Remember all his songs that hit the Okay, so Pop Smoke, before he got big, right? If you was listening to Pop Smoke, it was all drill stuff, right? None of it was national, let alone international. It wasn't until he started, when 50 Cent helped him with his music, he started rapping about women. Kiss and tell. Yeah, it was about that. You don't make a lot of money as a rapper, and even probably a singer, but I'm gonna focus on rap. Rappers really don't make a lot of money rapping disrespectful, degenerate lyrics. They really don't. You got very few and far. You could say Future, you could say this one, you could say that one, but look at this. There are more people rapping like that than not, right? Because the J. Cole's, the Kendrick Lamars, they're far in between. But why are they running rap? They got the best, most played songs and most views, and they make the most money. Not the Futures and everybody else. It's those guys. The big three was about Kendrick, Drake, and J. Cole. We know Kanye West is there. So it's more like a four-headed dragon. Where's Future in that? And these other rappers who don't sell but rap about this stuff all day long. Look at my boy Moneybagg Yo, right? Moneybagg Yo switched it all up. Matter of fact, Moneybagg Yo really never rapped like that. Moneybagg Yo really, he rap quality. Like, he might rap, the dice game. Like, he got a song, Life is a Dice Game. So he really didn't really rap like that. So he was a bad example. Moneybagg Yo pretty much give you quality. Look at DaBaby. He's like, he might over sexualize his stuff, but women love it. But he's not a big time big three rapper, but he is very talented. But again, like, his music isn't to kill him, selling drugs. It's not it. Suge, like, he's kind of creative. Not kind of, he is creative. Okay, give me a second, because I don't want to be flagged by Candace Owens' channel. She gets hundreds of thousands of views. That's why I'm talking right now. I'm cutting up this apple for the little one. I'm gonna go back in there. Of course, I ain't gonna find it. Give me a second. Of course, there'll be no clean knives. All right. put it down. Be your apples. So give me a second. I'll finish playing some of these videos. Yeah, but you and what happens is you listen to you'll see what. Okay, here's the bad thing is that you won't even get this information from Candace Owens. You'll get it from DJ Focus because you like him, right? And I'm just giving him a hard time, but he's definitely a case in point. Okay, so you'll listen to DJ. Don't forget he'll put his twist to it to make it very like he'll radicalize Candace Owens arguments that's already radicalized. Okay, so then he'll radicalize it times 10, pitch it to you, and it sounds so great, you buy into it, and you didn't even know that he got all of this from Candace Owens. Look on, yeah, and you might hate Candace Owens, but don't understand the person you do like. The person you do like. My bugging. And you might hate Candace Owens, but it's unbeknownst to you, the person you do like listening to, and you're borrowing their arguments, they got their argument from Candace Owens. That's why I say, like, when it comes to information, guys, if you guys are unsuspected of how it goes, like, you don't even know if the person you're listening to and you like what they're saying, you don't know if that's their information or they're influenced by somebody else. And the somebody else are normally always either left or right. And I can tell easily by the argument. So once I heard DJ Focus, his extreme position on pro-life, pro-choice, his extreme position on just hip hop influencing the youth and record labels paying you more to say the stupid stuff. When I heard that, and other talking points, when I heard that, I'm like, yo, he sounds a lot like Candace Owens. I said, I wonder if Candace Owens talks about pro-life, pro-choice. She does. I wonder if Candace Owens talk about rap, negative influence. She does. Okay, I got it. And he'll tell you, remember the Michael Jackson discussion I had with him, he referenced Candace Owens. And Candace Owens made a crazy bold claim about Michael Jackson, about like the evidence. There was some conspiracy plot against Michael Jackson, and she claimed to like have the evidence and an insider, and there's nothing. So she is definitely a quackle, like most right-wing extremists, not just right-wing. I'm adding something to it, like most right-wing extremist people are. And you got left-wing extremists. So the word extreme is never good when it's describing you. So listen to her conclusion. So go ahead, Candace.
Speaking about the music that they are told to create if they want to make money, Cardi B sounding like she was close to tears because she doesn't want to make that sort of music. And
nobody tells you to make music, like how to make music. Again, it's what sells. So if you throw out 3 singles, one is about lollipops, the second is about flowers, and the third is about dogs, whichever one sells the most, of course, your record label is going to push you to sing or rap about that one more often. Yeah, of course. That's the fan base you got, but that fan base was already there. What you cannot do in music or anything, and which poorly advised, this would not ever be advised by anybody with a business degree helping you out. What's never advised is you to come up with a service or product that nobody ever wanted. So you're not going to say, hey, rap about this degenerate stuff if the crowd, if the audience ain't with it. That's like trying to get Rihanna to come out of retirement and do a jazz album. Jazz? We didn't call for that. Like, yeah, that's probably gonna flop. So again, like when they talk like this, they're really attacking us. They're not even attacking the artists. They're just saying like we're just mindless black people. Will fall for any change of direction without any question. This is really where they're getting to. She just said all of us have horrible what did she say? We deal with conflict resolution. She said all of us have horrible conflict resolution tactics. We just don't know how to handle conflict amongst each other. It's always, I hate you, I kill you. That's what she said. That's her conclusion. It's always extreme. And this is another one. So we're used to listening to, let's say, Run DMC, and they just can push somebody out there in front of you to give 100%, 180 different messages, and it's negative, and we just going to like it because they're doing it. No, Candace, it has to be hot for one, and for two, we got to relate to it, or we got to want it. So it's called supply and demand, not demand and supply. So anyway, the people got to call for it, and you give it to them. But if they're not calling for it, you don't give it to them, okay? If you're selling pies and we want apple pie, you don't start selling blueberry pie. So that's what she's saying. She's trying to say that all of us love apple pie, but since blueberry pie, the conspiracy is in blueberry pie, they could just say, hey, just give them blueberry pie, and we just going to eat it. No, the same thing with music. If we like good music, a record artist, a record label just can't say, hey, record producer, hey, give them garbage, and we just take it. No, we're going to reject it unless we already was into garbage.
And she uses this phrase that the music that she's making, it's activating demons, she says. And again,
yeah, she's crazy. She's probably on something like that. I ain't gonna say it on the live, but she, for kids. But she's probably doing something she ain't supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? And her mind is tripping.
Sounds like she's about to cry. And then lastly, that was an artist known as Young Miami, who again is creating this weird paradox of she's saying she creates music that she doesn't actually believe in and that she doesn't want her children to listen to. And there have been rappers who have spoken about the fact that
she's putting out music that the crowd likes to buy. Okay? These women don't want to hear anything else. They want to hear that city girl stuff. Yes, there's a market for city girls, but guess what? There's also a market for town girls. Okay? There's a market for town girls also as well. But here's what happens. Because you got women out there who's good at rapping, right? But they're not good at making songs. Papoose is one of them. Good rapper, but horrible songwriter. He's bad at making songs. Like if you got a freestyle rap over it, he'll do good, right? But he is not a good songwriter. So those town girls, they're probably good at rapping, but bad at songwriting. And they get influenced because they doing their town music, but they see, hey, these city girls making a lot of money. How about, which this we do online as content creators, right? We're talking about one thing, if something else is popping, like Diddy case, we run there. So it's no different with music, okay? You're doing your town girl music, and you're trying to make a way for yourself, but you see this city girl stuff is cooking. What you gonna do? You're gonna say, no, let me go ahead and try to do a song for the city girl stuff to see, instead of just sticking with your talent and making it pop, like India.Arie and Groove Theory, right? Very respected artists make good music. They didn't conform, Candace. So they're just stupid. Like, so look, she's mentioned Lauryn Hill. Why Lauryn Hill went diamond, Candace? So she's almost saying like good music in our society doesn't sell. It does. Okay, it does. It's just that we sometimes don't think much of ourselves, and we don't want to try to make better quality music.
Record labels will force them to record demonic phrases and to say demonic phrases backwards and to insert it into their music.
Now, if they do that, they get part of your master and whatever publishing. If they start to playing your lyrics, they get it cut. So stop. Say it backwards. They're like, wait, it's my song. It's my career. Can you imagine that? You're an artist and you finally got your break, you're signed to a record deal, and you go ahead and you got a nice song you got out there, and listen, say it backwards on some devil shit. You're like, what? Hell no, Cliff. They don't hit. This is my career that's down the trash. And I'm going to owe you all this money up front. Hell no, we ain't doing that. Find somebody else. No, not me. That's how that conversation is going to go.
So what's actually going on here? And I pushed Nick Cannon this. I said, you're calling this a conspiracy, but why aren't you listening to the artists who are saying that this is what they have
She named
to do? And by
okay, so 3 artists claim. Wait, first of all, only one artist said he was forced to. So let's keep it real. Only one artist said that, hey, they'll pay you more to rap like a fool, and he's lying. Cardi B didn't say that, and neither did Young Miami. They didn't say that. Young Miami just said, I wouldn't let my daughter listen to this music. And Cardi B just said, I feel like I'm tapping in with demons with the music I make. Only Meek Mill says something about the record labels is paying you more. So, but this is the reach that they do. I told you they take information out of context, and because they want you to believe like them, they'll scare you into it. They'll make it sound shocking.
the way, this extends beyond music. I've spoken to models who say that they are basically told that they have to act like sluts, that they have to get naked if they want to get paid. Even if they're not.
My God. She talked to models, so all models go through that. She listened to 3 rappers, so all rappers have experienced that. Like, this is the conclusions that she would make.
Not comfortable. They have to do these sorts of things before.
And I will come back and clip and finish that. But let me tell you about her research. No different than Focus. Listen to her research. Okay, we're going to clip or what? All right. So let me show you how bad she is as a researcher.
And you should definitely listen to Piers Morgan.
I do know the difference between reporting on a lawsuit where you're one removed from the contents of a lawsuit and stating something as fact.
All right,
Well, I don't
this.
think you do.
He's about to expose her research.
When you say you report on these things, I can tell you no journalist who's an actual reporter would read a legal filing and then do a tweet which states as fact in their own words, he's not in jail because he's a Fed CIA asset. Can you try to tell everyone? That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. That's not reporting on a lawsuit. That is stating your own personal opinion. And if you don't know the difference, it's because you're not a reporter. I am.
Well, now we've arrived at your professionality. I guess Piers, tell me more. What school did you go to? Tell me more.
I went to Harlow Journalism College.
Okay, so he's explaining how journalism is. You got to be unbiased. You can't insert your opinions, especially when you're reading a quote or a fact. So they was talking about Diddy case. So she read something and concluded he's an informant. Okay, but her conclusion was part of the fact that she was reading. So you're like, whoa. You got to separate your opinion away from the fact. You can't read that all as fact. But this is what the likes of them do. That's poor journalism. All right. Well, look at this case in point. With Focus. So it's a pattern. It's not just them. But I'm telling you, man, like, trust me, I've been doing this research thing for a long time. I've been doing responsible research. Responsible research means that if I'm wrong or I read something incorrectly, or I misrepresented some information unbeknownst to myself, because maybe I ain't put the necessary hours in to totally understand what I'm reading, I come back to the public. And I tell you guys, like, hey, man, what I said the other day, drop it. I even had debates where I clearly won, but some of the debate information was wrong. And I found it out later. And I hit the person up like, yo, you still lost. But when I said this and that was wrong. Okay, that wasn't correct at all. This is what happened. Okay, I want you to know firsthand that I was wrong. Okay, because what I do is I beat them to the punch. They don't find out and do their own research, try to do an expose. No, listen, I was wrong on that right there. You dig? Okay, so now look at focus research. So we've seen Candace. She got busted trying to be a fake journalist when Piers Morgan went to Harvard Journalist School. And that's something I would love to do. I don't know, journalist, lawyer, something like that.
Or promoting those judges to be superior. Dude, that's the
of Black people. I'm not telling you that that's my global mission, that we're going to march into every white neighborhood and say, bring your daughter out here. God.
So you see the title. I'm not going to say it. You see the title. And being focused is arguing this. Now, he's going to make a crazy claim.
Evidence trenches. Drop them draws.
yeah. Even your boy, your boy Blue Devil. Your boy Blue Devil said, DJ Focus, you lost this one.
Actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating Black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities.
So did you hear what he said? 79% of what type of clinics? You're going to hear him say it again in slow motion.
They put so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating Black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community, exterminating Black people.
Okay. Yes. Go over there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you heard what he said? 79%. And you heard what type of clinics he said are in the Black community. I was like, no, that's horribly wrong. Like, that was my position.
They put, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating Black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
Okay, so you heard what type of clinics they put in our communities. He said at 79%. But you see the article right here? It says 9% of those clinics are located in our Black neighborhoods. All right. So hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play it while I take to the bathroom.
People, they put 79% of abortion clinics movement of exterminating Black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
Man. Your boy Blue Devil said, DJ Focus, you lost this one. That's eugenics.
Wrong, yeah, but I just said.
That's eugenics, man. That's definition.
All right, but that was before Blue Devil just heard me what I just said, my rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating Black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
Okay, so you heard that, Lars.
You just made that up. Yeah, you just made that up. You keep saying that.
However, if we're taking this thing on face value, right? The qualifier that Focus just mentioned, which is being within walking distance.
Listen.
Whereas the source Focus provided was pretty much restricted specifically to Planned Parenthood facilities. So you're
okay. You see, so he came back. His supporter came back and said, "DJ Focus, his source is speaking about Planned Parenthood clinics. That 79% number, I'm guessing, but it was not the first clinic he said." So now look at my response, because now I'm scratching my head like, wait a minute, why is he showing the source for the wrong clinic? The whole time he's been saying this clinic over and over and over, but he slips in a report of a source about a whole different clinic. Like, what kind of bait and switch is that? So I'm like, wait a minute. So look what I say next.
Gonna have a disparity in the numbers just off of that alone.
Okay.
You see that unbiased?
Right. Wait,
right.
So hold on. So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Okay, so that's a so now I'm like, wait a minute. So I asked this dude a straight up question, but he's a Black immigrant. He couldn't be nice. And I'm sorry, he couldn't be honest. And I'm not saying they all are like that, but there's a lot of them that came on my show who demonstrates that behavior.
Well, from what I've heard,
Okay.
You see that unbiased?
So, okay, right. Wait, so
Right.
hold on.
One more time.
So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
And you heard what he said. I had it repeat 3-4 times. He kept saying the A word at clinic, right?
Well, from what I've heard, Focus have always said his
Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Okay. So just to remind you which clinic he said, he'll say it again.
Put 79% of abortion clinics in your community.
And he says it like it's accurate, like the information is accurate. So you heard what he said, you heard the number, but when he submitted the source, it was about Planned Parenthood. Now watch what he says. He's not going to say, oh, my fault, my bad, I got the wrong source. He's not going to take no accountability. He's going to blame us. Listen.
That's why we research.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off. Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off.
Yes. Okay, that's right. So he sat there and said, so when I called him on it, I said, hey, did he say Planned Parenthood in the beginning or the clinic that starts with an A? He came back and said, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Knock it off. Did we miss something? He's been saying the A clinic the whole time. He gets busted. He says, well, you know what I really meant. So we know what he really meant when he said what he said the whole time. So now when people say stuff, we can't assume they're saying what they're saying because they might mean something else when they get busted. But he's going to double down. Watch.
I'm talking, yeah, but forget about what he said.
Earlier he said,
yeah, come on, Haskell, get the fuck out of it. Yeah, come on, stop, bro.
Yeah. Focus. I would argue, since you say Planned Parenthood so frequently, it would be kind of weird for you to say abortion clinics today and not do so intentionally. So to now backtrack and say Planned Parenthood.
So you heard, so no man was catching him out this. He said, normally you would say Planned Parenthood, right, as your argument. But you're debating today and you're saying you're saying the A clinic a lot all of a sudden. And she said, she basically said, I highly doubt that was just a mistake. Okay. You knew what you were doing and you got caught.
Hey, it would be kind of weird for you to say abortion clinics today and not do so intentionally. So to now backtrack and say Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. Everybody knows that.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. Everybody knows that.
Okay, so he just said, when I say A clinics, A facilities, I really mean Planned Parenthood, and everybody knows that. Everybody like who? So that's why on your screen, I have the Chat GPT explaining to you guys the difference between a clinic and a Planned Parenthood clinic. There are two separate clinics entirely. They serve two different purposes. They only got one thing in common. They both sometimes perform A's. You see the A word? But not every Planned Parenthood facility perform those procedures. Not all. There's some that don't. But every one of those clinics at the bottom perform that. All of them. Okay, so you can't be arguing for McDonald's and then be lying and say, well, you knew I meant Burger King. because when I say McDonald's, I really mean Burger King. That's pretty much what he did. These are two separate facilities that has nothing to do with each other. He got caught. Now all of a sudden, when he says Planned Parenthood, or when he says the other clinic, he really means Planned Parenthood. I mean, this is wild. But again, I showed you Candace Owens, who's horrible at research, misrepresenting information, and we got this guy right here. We caught him doing the same thing, misrepresenting information. Candace Owens misrepresented that fact about, I think it was Diddy, and this dude did the same thing. Okay, so it's a behavior. I'm telling you guys, while y'all watching and enjoying, I appreciate you guys. But I don't want you guys to believe that it's as easy as I make it to be. It's really difficult. It's a lot of patience. It's a lot of focus. It's a lot of discipline and trusting what you studied and researched. And you have to be able to be a great listener. You got to catch them when they're lying. Okay? In real time. So I catch them in their lie in real time. You see what I said? Hey, did he say Planned Parenthood or the other clinic?
Don't switch it.
So this was an easy win for me. This was easy. Okay. Oh, you can't see the championship belt. Okay, so this was an easy victory for me. Like, who can doubt that? He was wrong. He even admit that he was reading the wrong source for his argument. But he will argue like, if he came on and spoke about this, you see how wrong he was, and he will tell you he won. So he kind of a narcissist like Umar. Okay, so let's get back to the topic. Valerie Peace, DJ Donnie. Yeah, man, DJ Valerie. I'm saying but you see how meticulous you have to be when you catch these guys. So when other folks like Myron, when they become aware, people like myself, they don't hop on these channels and debate. The Tommy Sotomayor's, because they know that foolishness is not going to work. The polites, the predator polites, they realize, okay, that's not going to work. Like, these are serious researchers over here. So they shy away. Like the dude Kofi Pasa, whatever his name is, some Pan-Africanist. Keep trying to get me to come on his channel when I invited him over here. All right. So then anyway, let's go back to let's go back to all right. Should I go back to Candace? Because she kind of like just make me cringe. Let's go back to Focus letter. So remember, Focus is reading a letter. Okay, it's an anonymous letter that's supposedly exposing the rap game and executives, like their real agenda on what goes down behind closed doors. Again, this is a letter like the Willie Lynch letter, but worse. Okay, so because at least the Willie Lynch letter has some type of truth to it, even though the letter is false. But this letter, it just confirming Candace Owens and Focus bias against the record industry because it sounds so good. So let's listen. So keep in mind, he's reading a letter that he believes is true, but it's anonymous. It has no source, nothing. And he takes it as it's a true letter. This is why they really can't hang with me when it comes to debating, because their research methodology is poor. Again, I will never bring you guys information without a source, without a name attached to it or an institution. Like, because I will say, hey, Harvard University or this, that, but I will not say, hey, I got some information. I don't know who put this together, but it sounds good to me. That's what he did with this letter.
There you with punk rock.
And by the way, I didn't even get him. on this live right here, I just let him go. I let him rock. Okay, I didn't even get him.
And then in the early 1990s, they turn it around and take your music and turn it from pure positivity to pure negativity. Well, if you knew that.
Okay, so here you go with the they. At least Candace Owens explained who the they was, who the they were before she went further. She said the record label execs. Okay, but that doesn't mean that that's his they, because he didn't establish the noun. So we don't even know who the they is. The they could be anybody. It could be the 24 scientists.
That punk rock was conditioning or guiding the behavior of your children, then you knew that the gangster rap would guide and condition the children, the behavior of our children.
Okay, so briefly, we had this discussion when we was talking about welfare. I don't know how we end up talking about hip hop and its influence and the pro-life, pro-choice on a welfare debate, but he claims it all ties in. He always just make up stuff. No, I'm gonna tie it all in, bro. You can't tie in pro-choice, pro-life with welfare. Is it good or bad? Like we debated whether welfare assistance, government assistance, is good or bad for Black folks. What does pro-choice, pro-life have to do with that? And he's talking about rap influence. What does that have to do with that? Nothing. But he's trying to say, no, it does. I'm gonna mix it in there, bro. You just crowbarred it in there. It has nothing to do with it. So anyway, he tried to use punk rock metal, and not too long ago, about a month or less than a month ago, I beat him up on that. He thought hard rock metal no longer exists. I showed him that, hey man, there's hella stations playing this stuff, and he just kept moving the goalposts because he first thought it did not exist anymore. He thought that they removed it from the airwaves because it's degenerate in nature, and white kids are gonna listen to it and become Rob Zombie or somebody.
So he says in the
So he's reading the letter. He's reading the letter.
He says the industry was different back then. Since technology and media weren't accessible to people like they are today, the industry had more control over the public and had the means to influence them any way it wanted. This may explain why in early 1991, I was invited to attend a closed-door meeting with a small group of music business insiders to discuss rap music's new direction. Little did I know we would be asked to participate in one of the most unethical and destructive business practices I've ever seen. The meeting was held at a private residence on the outskirts of Los Angeles.
There was a meeting.
About 25 to 30 people being there, most of them familiar faces. Speaking to those I knew, we joked about the theme of the meeting, as many of us did not care for rap music and failed to see the purpose of being invited to a private gathering to discuss its future. Among the attendees was a small group of unfamiliar faces who stayed to themselves and made no attempt to socialize beyond their circle. Based on their behavior and formal appearances, they didn't seem to be in.
Now, notice the letter. It's supposed to be a whistleblower letter, right? How do you have a whistleblower that don't whistle blow? He doesn't. How do you have a whistleblower who doesn't blow the whistle? Whistleblowers tell you exactly the names. Okay? They tell you. This guy is so vague. Hey, they were familiar faces. Who? He did. Okay, listen. The letter is already anonymous, right? So that means you can start name dropping because nobody knows where the letter came from. The guy doesn't mention any names. You know why? Because you can prove it's a lie once you say Rob Zombie, Jay-Z, or somebody. They can say, hey, man, I was nowhere near that. I was in California when that letter was written in New York. So this is why they had vague information, man. You guys got to just know that. Bold people that have the truth, they will name drop and give you dates. I got the ball. Thank you. Good. Throw it down there. Go. Throw it. Go get it. Throw it down there. He's scared. Yeah, so they would name drop. Listen, the letter is anonymous, right? So that means that nobody know who wrote it. So now you can name drop. You can name drop. Nobody know who wrote it. That's a whistleblower. Whistleblower want to disclose. They don't want to disclose their name, but they want to drop information to expose somebody. Okay, this guy dropped a letter and exposed nobody. Everybody's anonymous. Even the boogie, even the guys, the record labels are anonymous. The people in the meeting are anonymous, and the rappers are anonymous. But he expects us to believe this, and as you can see, some people do. Focus.
In our industry, our casual chatter was interrupted when we were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement.
Oh shit!
Could
But
you
he's writing a
scroll up?
letter though. See, it's always a way where, I can't tell you everything. Dude, you just broke the agreement by writing a letter.
About 25.
So
agreement preventing us from publicly discussing
whether
the
you give a name or
information
not, you still
presented
voided
during the meeting.
or went
Now,
against
needless
the
to
contract.
say, this intrigued and in some cases disturbed many of us. The agreement was only a page long, but very clear on the matter and consequences, which stated that violating the terms of the
This is
agreement
enough for
will
focus.
result in job termination.
As long as it
We
agrees
asked
with him,
several
it's good
people
enough.
what this meeting was about
I do
and the reason for
responsible
such secrecy,
research. I don't
but
do the
couldn't
Candace
find
Owens focus
anyone
stuff.
who had answers for us. A few people refused to sign and walked out. No one stopped them. I was tempted to follow, but curiosity got the best of me. A man who was part of the unfamiliar group collected the agreements from us. Now, I was talking to my wife the other day, and we were discussing the policies and programs that they, have with regards to Black people, or that they create or implement with regards to Black people. And I told her the true meetings with regards to the policies and programs that will be implemented among our people are held in private backdoor sessions. This ain't held in Congress. When they discuss the direction of Black people and which way we're going to go and what they're going to have us do and, how they're going to wipe us out, these things are done in private backdoor sessions, because the very real fact of the matter is Black people are such a intricate part of the plan. We are such a integral part of American society, but the part we play is so sinister in nature. The part we play, is so, it's so brutal the way that they, make us play our part. Black suffering has always been the order of the day when it comes to, America. Black suffering. So, could you tell him to hush up, babe? Because he's being too loud. So, understanding that, you have to understand that the meetings that they have with us, or, with regards to us and the path that they want for us, these meetings have to be done in backdoor, because America wants to put on this, pristine image and pristine face that they're the face of justice in the world and freedom in the world and, positivity in the world.
So is
stain
America the
of
prevent-
America, which is us, it's such a prevalent stain that the only thing that they can do is try to keep masking
Who is
it over,
they? Is
hiding
it
it,
America
and
now?
covering it, and presenting themselves to the world as this great nation, when in fact of the matter is, they're one of the most brutal nations on the history of the earth. And as a result of not only what they did to us, but of course what they did to the native people and all people around the world.
Okay, so remember I said they got to add a little something to it. Now, none of what he's saying is part of the letter, right? But he has to add his conspiracy thoughts to it, what stuff he believed in prior. So he's going to make everything about a global conspiracy theory to exterminate. He's obsessed with this idea that white people are trying to exterminate us. Like, he's paranoid as hell he believes that everything that's being done, white folks do it, is to exterminate us. Yeah, this dude got to be the most paranoid person on the earth, because he don't know if he should smoke a cigar, drink a little whiskey, should he drink some coffee. All these things can be something to kill you.
Wreaking havoc on. But with black people, they have gotten us to
Just read the letters. Okay.
Plan these things in these backdoor meetings that we're talking about.
Oh my God.
And this is colleagues who shall to a man who only introduced himself.
Okay, so he's reading his letter as his history. This is in his mind, this is a factual letter because he already believed something like this prior. Matter of fact, Focus might have written his letter.
He then gave the floor to a man who only introduced himself by first name and gave no further details about his personal background.
Oh my
I
God.
think he was the owner of the residence, but it was never confirmed. He
Oh
briefly
my God, his letter is so big.
praised all of us for the success we had achieved in our industry and congratulated us for being selected as part of a small group of decision makers. At this point, I began to feel slightly uncomfortable at the strangeness of this gathering. The subject quickly changed as the speaker went on to tell us the respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry, which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. Could you scroll down some more?
This thing is long as hell. All right, I'm not reading this whole letter. Okay. I want just to conclude. It's a crazy letter.
Again,
it's so damn crazy.
Prisons remain filled.
Oh, there we go.
Again, and answered our question. He told us that since our employers had become silent investors, okay, in the prison business, it was.
So they're tying all the conspiracy. So now these folks who invested in hip hop, rap, they also are silent investors in the prison industry. So now they're going to do you got a school to prison pipeline. So now they're going to do a rap to prison pipeline. So now these folks are investing in rap and they're investing in prison. Wow. So you're making all this money rapping. You're making all this money and you're negatively influencing the youth. And we're going to lock up the youth that's being negatively influenced by this music. So therefore, we're going to lose money because those are cells we're not going to have anymore because they're locked up. This is a weird.
Now in their
let's get past the letter.
See, bun. You want to make it look real golden, them fries. Okay, you want to make that Coke. You want to have that condensation and that water dripping off the outside of the Coke. It's just going to look so refreshing. Then you're going to push this.
But now, according to Focus, it's the producer. Let go of that. Hey, let go. It's the producer who's telling the rappers to rap about crack and cocaine. The rapper that's not his idea. The rapper don't know anything about cocaine and crack. It's the producer who's showing him how, or telling him how this is made and produced. And oh my God.
Commercial. You want to spend millions of dollars pushing this commercial so that you can drive consumers and customers into your business. It's marketing 101. So if we have private prisons, if we have people making money off of prisons, if we have prisons becoming a business, then marketing 101 states we need commercials. We need a way to produce the need or the hysteria or the for
these sorts of scenes in order to get paid. This is how you make
a way to produce criminals at an all-time high, as opposed to give you the craving for our golden fries. We need to find a way to
MC Fact
incentivize or guide
MC. So your name MC Fact, brother. Listen, don't go down this rabbit hole, brother. I'm telling you, man. because I'm going to ask you to find it. And you're talking to one of the best researchers on the net. So, but listen, I encourage you to go find it. If you got the information, bring it. I'm telling you, this stuff does not exist. So you get a quick W over me, and I will consider it as a win for you. Prove this stuff exists, right? Rappers just dumb, mindless puppets, and they allow record execs just to tell them what to rap about. And please name the rappers, okay? Name the rappers, because we can tell, because certain rappers we can tell. All right, and listen, I know it does not exist, so you can get a quick W real fast. Just prove it exists, and then, hey Donnie, let's say hypothetically they exist. What rappers are doing this? Because we know the hottest rappers. So are you saying Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Future? Like what rap? Because they're getting paid the big bucks. They got to be a megastar. It can't be some non-influential rapper that ain't moving the needle. So please, man, if you think you got it, produce it, please. Put the link in the chat. I'll click it on the live and I'll read it or play it. And these meetings are being recorded, right? Like they're so secretive that somebody that they trust that was one of them is actually an informant for Black folks, right? They got a Black Masters in there who's a fly on the wall recording the conversation. He can leak it out to MC Factor and DJ Focus and Candace Owens so they can tell us about it.
You into our business, right? So commercials for restaurants. Well, what is the commercial for rap music? I mean, for the prisons. It's rap music. That's the biggest commercial for.
I'm not saying you don't believe in research. I'm just saying the difference between me and you and me and folks and me and Candace Owens, if I say something, I can prove it fast. I don't say something I got to go find a month later. So I'm different. I'm a really different researcher. If I say it, I got it. Y'all see my clips, and I got 3 terabyte hard drives. Okay, I'm never far from my proof. If I say it, you ain't gotta wait. I got it. I always source up. That's the rule over here. Source up or shut up. So if you're a researcher like myself, then you should always have your work with you. There's a phrase, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. This is why I'm prepared. I can have a freestyle topic with anybody. You see random people come on here debating me, and I'm prepared to, whatever I'm saying, I can show it. So I'm different, not just you. I've realized really early in my life, not just you. It's not about MC Fact. I researched really early in my life that researching is my gift. It's not something I like to do. It's not something that's cool and it makes you correct most of the times. I realized this is a gift. I realized when I researched and other people research, I realized I just went further all the time. I'm somebody who, look at the different topics I can talk about. And you guys are pretty new here. Like you guys didn't hear me on religion. I'm a beast and look, I ain't talked religion in months. Oh, by the way, MC Fact, I'm so thorough in research that when we were debating religion, I actually learned how to read Greek in like 3 months. I got little studies on Spanish, right? So I like to look into languages because I see like a little pattern. So Greek and Spanish for sure. I studied nothing really else. Oh yeah, English, but I ain't gonna say I'm an English major like that. But I did elementary English, which is pretty good. It's stuff I didn't even know. But yeah. So all of us got gifts, and our gifts. You got gifts that you were born with that I don't have. I might can do it too, but I won't be as good as you with something you're gifted, right? Something that's gifted to you. I might not be as good as you, but I might do it, right? So like I can rap. I can actually rap, but I'm not a gifted rapper. But I'm better than the average person who's not gifted. I cook them. But I'm not a gifted rapper, but I can rap though. I got bars. Okay, so but research is my gift. So I'm really different than a lot of folks because I can recall it. I read it, I study it, I can recall it. I'm talking about years later. Like I don't have to even be like brushing up on it. And years later, I still like know a good deal of it. That's my gift. Okay, yeah. So okay, so but it's not about me and you. It's about just gifts. It's about gifts. Okay, but anyway, I want to just say, I was serious about when I say, if I say it, I got it. So when I'm talking to you guys, and if I say something, try me. I'm biased. Get the link. Try me. When I talk about what I know. And what I don't know, I don't really talk about it too much. Or I give a disclaimer, hey man, this ain't, like you might hear me talk about Egypt sometimes, but I give a quick disclaimer, hey, this ain't or evolution. I tell Focus all the time, this ain't my thing, but he'll still try to debate me on evolution. When I already said, hey, I'm not the guy, he'll still want to debate me because he want like a cheap win because I'm admitting this ain't my strength. Okay, it ain't your strength. Okay, let's debate it. Dudes be cowards like that.
Getting young black kids to go to jail, young poor kids to go to jail. It's rap music. That's the biggest #1 commercial. So all of these.
And the thing about links, by the way, I read your comment. The thing about links, it's not about links, it's about credible links. Because I was just on Sabir Bay page. Okay, he got links, he got books, but they're bullshit. They're uncredible links, uncredible books. So it even goes further than that. That's why we say you have to have the proper research methodology. Like people, not just you, everybody, myself. When we research, there's a way to research that's correct, and there's a bad way to research. So we got this phrase over here, another phrase. We say people lose at their sources. Like, for example, look at this scroll. You believe in this, but everybody else notices foolishness. Look at what DJ Focus is reading. He's reading a source. It's garbage, but this is case in point. There's a link to this. There's actually a real link to this source. So he has a link, but doesn't mean it's credible. This is straight BS. And I gave the reasons why it's not credible. The anonymous person, he's anonymous. But he's a whistleblower, but he ain't blowing a whistle because he's not naming names. He's not exposing anybody. So it was a letter, like, really for no reason. It solved absolutely nothing. Nobody got in trouble. Nobody was held accountable. The so-called meeting went on, and it became successful. So what was actually stopped? Whistleblowers stopped something from happening. You remember WikiLeaks? He got locked the hell up, but he was a whistleblower. He was like stopping things or exposing things from happening. Yes, let's play it.
Silent investors or decision makers who place all of this considerable amount of funding or money in investing into private prisons. Well, they need to make sure they get a return on the investment. They need to have commercials.
Okay, so this is more focused. So this is not the
naturally. They're going to all begin to put out. Where's all of the, progressive
I'm gonna play some
thinking?
Candace Owens. Where you at?
That's up here.
And there you go. I see you.
Selling their soul and selling their people out. Like, bro, this shit it's mine.
Okay, so he took the letter, hook, line, and sinker. It's a factual letter, and now he's making an argument for the letter. Okay, so now he's making this is, again, irresponsible research, irresponsible journalism, right? So I call myself a YouTube investigative journalist. And when you're a journalist, it's important to be correct, because the more you're correct, the more your readers, in my case, my supporters, my subscribers, the more you guys trust me when I bring something to you. But I would say, trust me, but not blindly. Never trust me blindly, because I can make a mistake. Because I read so much, I could commingle information, right? I could mention the wrong author. I could mention the right author, but the wrong quote. You know, so when I say something, don't take it as an actual fact, but take it as it's fact, but maybe he's quoting the wrong author. Maybe it's the wrong quote. You know what I mean? So give me like a little room to be wrong. Okay, so, but other folks, they're just always right. They're always right. They're never wrong. This dude was clearly wrong with the clinics. And instead of admitting he was wrong, this guy said, you guys know what I meant. When I meant this clinic, I really meant the other clinic. So when I meant this clinic, or when I said this clinic, I really meant the other clinic. But I'm like, yeah, but we're debating. Yes. Right there, your ball. Oh. But I'm like, yeah, we're debating. Okay, in a debate, okay, we're just having a barbershop conversation. It's all good. Just do it over. Just, start from the beginning. But brother, we're debating. If you're giving us information for the wrong clinic, and this was but we're debating that clinic, you lost. Because you gave the wrong information, and I said it was wrong. You said it was right, and it turned out it was wrong. It was for the wrong clinic. That's an L. I don't know how we even discuss that. That's an L for that debate. Okay, so now let's do a part 2, or let's debate again, and let's argue the other clinic. But they can't hold the L, especially against me. They don't like to lose to me. And so he couldn't hold the L, so he just made up an excuse. Hey man, you know what I meant. Brother, if I knew what you meant, I would have corrected you. I really thought you believed this garbage because look how you research. You believe this letter is real. This is how I research. Candace Owens believed, well, she didn't believe, but she purposely put her personal opinion in her factual reading.
Like we so conscious, but we don't understand that a lot of our consciousness even comes from the enemy. They give us our consciousness. They tell us what is okay for us to believe in and not believe in. We all got a problem with Trump. We all talking about Trump. But Trump is just the order of the day. Trump is, the new thing on social media for us to talk about. But Trump ain't no different from Obama. Obama ain't no different from Clinton, from Bush. Bush ain't no different from Reagan. Reagan ain't no different from. Ain't nothing changed since lunchtime. Ain't nothing changed since lunchtime. They all have the same exact agenda. Their foreign policy is all exactly the same. Nothing has changed. So stop. We need to stop getting caught up in the middle of the day. Stop getting caught up in the whatever's hot at the time. We need to really, really delve into what's going on and what is the true detriments to our people. I often have this conversation in the barbershop, and kids always talk. They say the same thing. They say, oh, nah, but you got to be a strong-minded individual. You won't get influenced. That shit ain't influenced me. I said, bro, look at the way you talking. Look at the slang. No cap, son. Where you think you get this from? Look at your slang. I said, look what you got on. Look at your clothes, your Gucci belt. Look at your new Jordans. Look at your Balmain jeans. Look at your style. Look at your slang. Look at how you act. You think you gonna act, dress, talk like a rapper, but then when you come to a position to where you're gonna have to make a decision to shoot or not shoot, to fight or flight, to stand your ground, or to, you know, try to find peace out of a situation, you gonna solve your problems like the rapper. If you dress, you act, you think, you talk like a rapper, what makes you think when those aggressive situations come up and you in the position because you got that gun, or you in a position because you got that knife, or you in a position, okay, because you physically stronger, you know, to impose your will, your physical will on somebody. What makes you think you're not going to use the tactics of a rapper or to solve your problem in a way that is
hey yo, what the hell is he talking about? Now let's get back to Candace Owens. For her rap conspiracies. Okay, so let's hear Candace Owens. Now, by the way, I don't listen. I do believe in I hate my okay. So I don't misconstrue. I do believe rap has some negative influence. Like it does influence it, you know, but it's not to the extreme of focus. And that's not even Candace Owens' argument so far. Her argument has nothing to do with influence. Her argument is that rappers are just getting paid. I guess at some point she's going to say influence, but right now her argument is that rappers. Her argument is three different. Her argument is split three different ways because she mentioned Meek Mills, who said he gets paid more to rap like a degenerate or rap, you know, degenerate bars, which we know he's lying. And then she mentioned Cardi B, who said when she raps, it summons demons, right? That has nothing to do with the record industry or any record producer or exec. And then we had Lil Miami, who just said, I won't let my daughter listen to my rap. What does that got to do with the execs paying her more? So Meek Mills is the only one who made that claim. And Cardi B said the demon thing. Meek Mills didn't say that, neither did Lil Miami. So they got three separate just things they're talking about, not even arguments. But Candace Owens, you know, the poor researcher, the poor journalist she is, she's gonna make it, she's gonna tie a knot somehow. Okay, so let me tell you right now, she's not making the influence argument. Okay, so I just searched.
Money in Hollywood, and Hollywood is dark, and Hollywood is demonic in my viewpoint. I feel it spiritually. As soon as I land here, I'm just going, this is a dark place. And so here's what's really interesting. I had remembered seeing a clip of an artist speaking about just that. His name was, he has since been killed. This was his rap name, rather, XXX Tentacion. He released a song in 2016, which was entitled, I Spoke to the Devil in Miami. He said everything would be fine. And I'm going to read you these lyrics slowly. He wrote, the tears don't show, won't hurt me now, 'cause heart's been broke. I hate myself, but it won't show. I constantly lose all my remorse. Where is this going? Hey? Astray. And he is saying that he had to sell his soul. And then he was told that he would be okay. He went down to Miami. And so you're hearing this and you're going, is he just...
How did he sell his soul, man? Can you explain the process of selling your soul? And who did he sell his soul to? What does that even mean to sell your soul? What does that mean? So I can't sell my soul and then renege and take it back and take my soul back with the money. Like, what does that mean? Hey, somebody want to buy my soul in the chat so I can sell it for top dollars and then take it back from you because you really don't own it. Yo, I wish I fall. Who's gonna fall for that trick? Unbiased is selling his soul. Who is the first bidder? So I can sell it to you and take it back from you and take the money and soul and just run. And that's my new hustle. I keep selling my soul and taking it back. So therefore it's not sold.
writing this as a song? Well, we won't be able to ask him because, as I said, he was murdered just 2 years after having released this, and he was speaking a lot about what was happening in the industry. Same thing, as I mentioned, Nick Cannon, Kanye, who told me so many things that didn't make sense to me because it's hard to process that this could be happening in broad daylight. Kanye also wrote a song about how he sold his soul to the devil. That when he
Oh my God. Are we doing that, Candace? Oh my God. Candace doing a whole devil thing. I'm good. Okay. Thank you, Candace. Let's go back to he rapped about suicide, more so on youth, Uncle Ruckus piece. And yeah. Uncle Ruckus, I agree. So again, don't let me steer you guys wrong. I'm not saying that music, and definitely rap music, does not have an influence. It has an influence, but it's not always just negative, because rap, okay, who can explain it? So Uncle Ruckus said it better. He said it has a negative influence on the youth, or I don't know if he said negative, but he did say it has more influence on the youth. So good or bad, it does. His argument, in which I can agree. Because I was going to say, but what about me though? I listened to rap my entire life. I never sold a drug or carried a gun, and because I'm from Jersey, so you guys up down south that can carry weapons, we can't do that. So you probably like, what's wrong with carrying a gun? That's your Second Amendment. No, up north you can't carry no goddamn gun. They're trying to change it now, but couldn't carry no gun. Like they reversed that when they reversed Roe and Wade. They reversed that and said it was unconstitutional for the tri-state to not allow us to exercise our Second Amendment. So you're not carrying a gun, right? So all the things that Focus is talking about that these rap lyrics will cause you to do, how come it never had me do those things? And not just me, how about all my friends? Because I don't hang around degenerates, by the way, or thugs. I mean, I'm cool with thugs. I know thugs, but I don't hang around thugs. So all of my friends are decent guys who was never into any of the things that Focus is talking about, or any rapper. So how come my crew and everybody I meet, how come we all listen to hardcore rap? How come none of us fall prey to the lyrics? So that's some things somebody got to explain. And how come all these white people who listen to lily white people who listen to all the hardcore rap more than us, they know the lyrics more than we do. They're going to the concerts for sure. How come they are not doing the things or being influenced by the rapper lyrics? Of course, you have some crazy excuse. Okay, I mean, really like a crazy excuse. But somebody got to make sense of that. How come myself and my friends and family and all of my friends that I meet, how come we don't fall prey to the lyrics of these negative lyrics? And so the answer I got for that is because it's maybe it influences people who are already living that lifestyle or thinking about it. Okay, so I can probably admit to that. Yes, it's probably more influential for people who are already into that lifestyle, who's already or about to be. But somebody like myself, because I was young, I was 20, I was 19, 18, 17, listening to this garbage. It never made me even think about doing this wild stuff. Read some chats. Some people have weaker minds. Yes, I agree with that. MC Fact. Some people got so that's why I say I do believe it's influential. But the argument that Focus, I believe, is making, that he's making an absolute argument. Okay, so that it goes a little deeper. So I would need people to call in to really have this conversation, because I would say if what you're saying is true, then where is the outcry in the Black community? Now, Focus will lie and say there is an outcry. Okay, this made up, invisible outcry. Do you know what an outcry is? An outcry was like the Zimmerman thing, or the guy that shot, the white boys who shot the black dude running. They was chasing him down the truck.
Those are outcries, and the guy who got beat up, who got murdered in a correctional facility. Those are outcries. So I don't even understand it if folks know what an outcry is. But an outcry ain't a few mumbling folks over hip hop lyrics. So that's my thing, MC Fact. If what is being said and being read is true, then how can there's no large outcry? So I give you an example. If you say something anti-Semitic, there's going to be a large outcry. If you say something homophobic, there's going to be a large outcry. If you rap or say something disparaging amongst like pets, there's going to be PETA's going to come out. It's going to be a large outcry. Okay, if you're saying something about the Asian community, there's going to be a large outcry. Okay, where is the outcry in Black society over these songs and lyrics? There is no large outcry. You know why? Let me tell you why. That's a rhetorical question. Let me tell you why there's no outcry. Because we don't believe it. Collectively, we do not believe it's everything DJ Focus in that letter is making it to be. Collectively, we don't believe it's that serious. Collectively, we don't believe it's that influential in our lives. We don't believe it as a collective. That's why there's no outcry. If we actually believe what Focus is saying, there will be a large outcry to get rid of this degenerate music. That's the uncomfortable fact. Okay?
So conducive to how rappers act and how they behave. You are every single time. So it only takes one time to make a bad decision. That's what they do. They want to sell you on kill, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot. And then the one time you do it, they lock you up for life. They take your rights away. You gone. It's over for you. After they have guided you and conditioned you into making these decisions. Now, unity is the key, right? We all got to come together. Now, either the rappers is going to come together against the machine, and they all going to come together and say, we're not going to rap about anything that glorify killing, selling drugs, death. Anyway, Juicy J just put out a post the other day. Thank
you. That's it. Go get it. Okay, so now, so you see? So now he's making up an outcry for the rappers. The outcry is not with the rappers. The outcry is with the parents that you're claiming kids are being influenced by this music, because the rappers are not going to prison according to Focus, right? When those industries that promote these lyrics, that pay the rappers the money to rap these degenerate lyrics, those rappers are not going to prison. Why would a record label exec cause their rapper to go to that's making all his money for selling these crazy lyrics to go to prison? So now you got to find some talent and mold it as good as he was. Okay, so that just makes no sense. So the person going to prison will be the listening audience. So why would the rappers? So the outcry wouldn't be with the rappers. It would be because it's not their children going to prison. It's the listening audience. So the parents, right, or the city, the communities witnessing. Thank you. The witnessing this happening, right? They will do the outcry. The outcry is with us, not the rappers. The rappers don't have to get together and form a commission or a coalition and say, hey, we don't want to do this anymore, because the whole premise of Focus is false. You have to prove this is happening. We can't start the conversation assuming all this is true. We want to know, how do you know this? I got this letter. Who wrote the letter? It's anonymous. It's a whistleblower. Okay, who did they expose? The record industry. Bro, the record industry is huge. So everybody in the record industry is bad? Yes. Oh my God. You got some serious proof in your hands. So get used to this term. The term is an alarmist. Alarm, like clock alarm, clock alarm, and ist, like a Pan-Africanist, alarmist. These are folks who go around saying the world's gonna end. The Illuminati is 666. That's what these folks are. Candace and Focus, they are alarmists. Candace is talking about how big and bad the government is, and the government is so demonic. And I can easily educate you why they believe that. Well, you guys should know if you watch my lives, the government is what helped end slavery. The government got rid of slavery. The government is who signed off the 40 acres of the mule, even though the government reneged on it. But the government had the power to do that. The government also established the freedmen banks. That's the government. So the government is a powerful force the government is going to be responsible for paying out reparations. So this is why right-wing extremists, they hate the government because of things like that. They're powerful, and they can change our status in this country overnight by just cutting the check. Because they changed our status overnight once they emancipated the free people. Now the South went from having money to being broke till today. Still catching up. So that's what the government can do. The government can order that states have to comply with ICE raids, even though these states have their sanctuary cities. But the president can say, "Hey, if you protect these guys, you're going to jail, or you be held accountable. You'll be held responsible." That's what the government can do. The government can say things like that and more. But more so, they were mad that the government had enrolled us into the army to help take them down. They could never shake that out of their brains. They took an L to us who were their once slaves. They could never imagine that the slaves that their enslaved will be holding a gun and they're looking at the other end of the barrel, getting their self deleted. They could have never imagined that. That was the biggest disgrace they probably ever experienced. That the person who they felt was close to cattle is now deleting them right between the eyes. So Candace is the government queen, and Focus sometimes go there.
Myself, I'm sorry if I influence anybody to do drugs. Bro, the sorries don't count after all the ODs, after the opioid addiction. Y'all, the opioid addiction is a direct result of y'all running around telling everybody Molly Percocet. Percocet is an opioid. Y'all running around telling people every other rap song, niggas is talking about perks. They got the 30s dropping. They got fake perks, and every other person I know that died from drugs died off of fake perk. Died off of opioid.
Now that part I can agree with. Okay. So that part I can agree with. I don't think he's wrong right there. That, but again, he's right. Let that go. But it comes down to who gets to blame, the record label or the artist. So we can't just skip over the artist and say, "Nah, go home. You're free." That's what you cannot do. Think about the Third Reich, right? When the generals got the order to carry out the genocide to the small hats, right, in Germany. Well, they were in place of the rappers, right? They were told to do something, but it was not their original idea, but they carried out the idea. But guess what? They got deleted right along with their superiors. Okay? So with Focus, it's like, hey, if the record label is saying do something, you don't have to do it, especially if doing it is going to cause this degrading behavior by us. Hey, dude, you don't get a pass. You took part of it voluntarily. These folks ain't threaten you with violence. Like they just say, hey, you want to make a lot of money? According to their story, which I don't believe, but according to their story, these execs say, hey, you want to make a lot of money? Well, do this to your people. Okay, so that means that you still did it to your people. So you still get the blame. But according to Focus, Black folks are just totally innocent all the time, even when they take part in their own alleged genocide.
Opioids. Pop the pill. 2 hours later, they gone, dead. Now, if we're dealing with population control, and we know they.
Yeah. Now here we go. See, he can't just stop there. Now he messes up that good message by tying all these others. So he's trying to combine or tie a knot to all the major conspiracies. It's 10 o'clock already. Got there. Time to be flying.
Killing us in abortion clinics and they're killing us in the food and they're killing us with the music. What makes you think that they won't put out death pills too? All of a sudden, we get all these pills that you just pop one, you dead. You think they won't put little pills out in the batch that make sure that the population control agenda is.
Okay, you see? So now he's tying, let that go. So now he's tying his own personal belief. He's tying the population control agenda there with the conspiracy. That's because, like I said, he comes from a doctrine that the white man is the devil. Okay. So when that becomes your doctrine, you'll believe in everything that he's talking about. When you let go of that, when you believe when you believe the white man is the devil, then you're gonna agree with everything he just said, and your research is gonna be that goofy, just like his.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey. Okay. Let's go.
Still further. So that means when these rappers is out here telling people Molly Percocet and young nigga move that dope.
That's the problem to address. So not only is the record label, yeah, it's a nice house, Yugi. Not only is the record label get you to rap these degenerate bars to negatively influence the youth and your people. And not only are they invested in, not only are they silent investors, that's a nice house. And not only are they silent investors in a prison system, in the prison systems, they are responsible for selling the drug everybody's dying of, ODNR. Yo, this conspiracy theory is out of control now.
This is further in the agenda of the enemy. The same enemy who wants to quell the population of the people. What did the Bible say? What did the scripture say? Like Pharaoh was afraid. He wanted to kill all of the male children because he was afraid that they would multiply in numbers and then join.
Okay, we're going to the Bible now. Shit, my fault. So now we're going to the Bible. Love, joy, peace. Oh boy, let me read some of this chat. This dude is making me sleepy, literally. I'm drinking coffee. The labels fund the artists. They always talk about degenerates rappers. They never talk about rappers like Chuck D. Yeah. I'm telling you, this is a one-sided. But I'm going to play our dialogue, my dialogue with folks. This same lie. Watch this. Unbiased blacks don't control the black music industry. MC Fact, explain that. So when people say we don't control the music industry, I laugh. Who control it and explain it? Yo, just call in, because these are the DJ Focus talking points, and he never does well when he calls in and try to articulate that. See, because you guys have these ideas, but no serious pushback. But now you have a real thinker who thought about what you said, and because it sounds good, it sounds about right. But when you sleep on it, you're like, you know what? Then what about this then? What about that? And these are questions you guys didn't think about when you came up with these conspiracy theories. Okay, so let me do this for you. Let me do this for you. Okay, get down. You're gonna follow my hot track. Let me ask this question. All right. All right. So now look what I asked. Now this chat GPT stuff is new to me. I started using this like literally like maybe a couple weeks ago. A week and a half. Hey, get off. So here, I said, what tips do you suggest I take in consideration in becoming an excellent researcher? Okay, it says becoming an excellent researcher requires a combination of critical thinking, organization, persistence, and effective communication skills. Here are some key tips to help you excel in your research. Develop a curious and critical mindset. Ask the right questions. Always seek to understand the why and the how behind problems. That's why I ask why and how. Think critically. Challenge assumptions. Okay, so you guys got assumptions, but you don't challenge them. Challenge assumptions. Evaluate sources and consider multiple perspectives. You know what that means? That means that when you think that the record label is behind everything, multiple perspectives means you got to think about what if the record label is not behind it? What could the other reason be? That's what I do that a lot of you guys don't do. I think about my perspective. I think about the counter perspective. Stay open-minded. See, open-minded isn't automatically believing the record labels are behind everything. That's not open-minded. That's closed-minded. That means that you figured it out. Be willing to adjust your views based on new evidence. That's what Unbiased Ron does. That's why my name is Unbiased. I'm not biased to research. It says, be willing to adjust your views based on new evidence. That's my position. But if you already drawn a conclusion before you really been battle tested, it's over. That's it right there. Okay, so now let me get into the dialogue. Okay, so let's read some of this right here. Hit the link, MC. I mean, okay, now y'all making these claims, you know, what they say, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary proof. Okay, y'all making these claims. Y'all heard me debate on here. Y'all know how I do it. Y'all know how I give it up. Okay, I'm going to have a respectful, honest dialogue with y'all, but I'm not going to treat y'all any different than anybody else. Okay, that's why I'm unbiased. I read just, you're right. The record companies do make all the money. The artists only make the money off the concerts, not really off of record sales. That's not true. Okay. DJ is not true, and he's not right. He's wrong. Okay, so now, oh my God. Please. You guys might not know more about the record label and how the business works more than me. And if you do, then you can help me out. Okay, but I'm start by reading the chat. I don't believe you guys understand the record industry, record labels, record companies, and the artists, and even the contracts. I don't believe you guys know what's going on more than me or even equal to me by what I'm reading. Okay? By what I'm reading, I don't believe you guys studied the industry as rigorous as I have. Hi, how you doing? Okay, give me the ball. Where the ball? Give me the ball. Okay, so let me give you some tips real fast. Not tips. Let me just show you something real fast. So this is all FBA stuff right here, right? It's all FBA. I got FBA clips. Yeah, kudos, FBA. Okay, but as we go down further and further, okay, it says 1 month ago. Okay, come. Thank you. Thank you. I catch it. Oh, be careful. Good throw. Here. Okay.
Here.
Thank you. Here, I get it. Go back over there. Okay, so as I'm looking for this, I can't play in the background. My screen is gonna change. Uh-oh, that was a good throw. Throw it.
Yeah.
Good throw. Can you catch? No. Throw it.
Yes.
Good throw. Can you catch here? I think you're scared of the ball. Throw it. Good throw.
Yes.
You might be a pitcher or something. Uh-oh. Okay, so now let me scroll down. Please let me scroll down. Okay, let's get out of the FBAs, okay? Where I'm gonna cook somebody there. Let's go down. Go. Uh-oh. Oh, got him. Okay, so
Yes.
thank you. Here, right back at you.
Yes. Hey.
Oh, thank you. Here.
Oh, this.
And those some talking points I really didn't get into.
Here.
Thank you. Here you go. Uh-oh, careful. Thank you. Here. Play a little ball real fast. Sorry, folks. Here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here.
Okay.
What's there?
So I got some bell curve stuff here, as you can see. Just in case the white supremacists want to argue this. So I got my clips of white supremacists. The Jared Tellers of the world. The Nick Fuentes of the world. Okay, so now let's go into, we got some Michael Jackson here. Got some Michael Jackson, and we have some more Michael Jackson, right? So I'm biased line, research like a mug. We got some, so now we got some hip hop stuff. DJ Faze. We got some hip hop. Eric Sermon. Okay, so now we're getting into where I want to talk about. We're getting into the record industry, right? Okay. Okay, so we got Kanye West right here. We got some hip hop. We got Child of Rock. Okay. So this is my research, my clip. I watched these interviews myself, and I had to clip them. All right. So now we got Dr. Cologne versus Tariq Nasheed. Y'all remember that debate? Okay, so now we got who's this right here? We got Lord Jamar on The Bigger Picture. Acting before we got Dame Dash, we got Diddy, we got some other stuff here, we got some other entrepreneur stuff. We got Dame Dash again, we got more Dame Dash, we got some Diddy, we got a debate. So I had a debate on hip hop. Okay, because they made a wild, crazy claim with the record industry. So all these clips right here with the mask and the gloves, that's me debating somebody on hip hop and the record industry. And it was not good for the guy. Okay. So we got Steve Stout, we got Jason Weaver talking about The Lion King and his deal that he did, which wasn't smart. Okay, with Kanye West. But I really want to show you, let's go down, Dame Dash again, Eric Sermon, okay. L Cool J, Russell Simmons, so DJ Vlad. So, I'm watching a lot of DJ Vlad, so hella DJ Vlad. We got Q, this I know about Q. So Tariq talk about Q, and some of y'all, close it. And some of y'all might have heard him talk about Q, the World Star Hip Hop. But I watched this whole interview and I clipped it up. We got Diddy. Okay, more Diddy, more Dame Dash. Oh, we got Lear Cohen. I watched. Oh, look, I got Lear Cohen on the Drink Champs. I got Lear Cohen on Vlad TV, and I watched his interview on The Breakfast Club. So when you talk about Lear Cohen, okay, know what you're talking about. Dame Dash. All right, we got more Dame Dash. We got more Steve Stout. Okay, we got more Dame Dash. We got Diddy. And that's not right there. Okay, but that was just on this channel. So on my channel that got deleted temporarily, I had some more stuff over there. So, but you could see how many months. This is 5 months ago. Okay, this is before you guys knew me. Some of you, 5 months. Yeah, about 5 months ago, I was doing the hip hop thing. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying, like, when you say something, you should be able to. You should know what you're talking about, and at the drop of a dime, ready to produce it. If somebody asks for a receipt, So I got it from the horse's mouth. That's why I got all the stuff over here. This is from the horse's mouth. My receipt, I ain't gonna tell you what Dame Dash said. I'm gonna play what Dame Dash said. I ain't gonna tell you what Diddy said. I'm gonna play what Diddy said. I'm gonna play what Wack 100 said. You dig? So that's kind of what these clips are for. It's not to tell you he said, she said. It's to tell you what he actually said and what she actually said. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the chat. What are we doing? Yes, I don't even know if y'all know the music industry and how contracts work. By what I'm hearing, publishing, masters. I would love to have that conversation with you guys. Again, like, I believe in my research. I believe in my ability to comprehend what I research in my memory. I can, like, off the top, just talk about the rapping, the music industry, right off the top. This is not something I even brushed up on. But yeah. So when y'all talk about record companies making certain money and the artist makes a certain amount of money, you gotta be more factual in that. So there's a reason why the record companies get the lion's share, and I'm not sure if you guys know that. And this is something that I would love to talk about on the live, like actually verbally talking about it, not chatting about it. But there's a simple reason why the record company gets the lion's share. It's a simple, easy reason. And for that reason, this is why you have the Steve Stouts of the world. Okay, this is why Dame Dash and Jay-Z did a joint venture. Okay, but you guys don't probably know what that is. But anyway, and a distribution deal. Well, Steve Stout does distribution deals. Okay, and Steve Stout doesn't own none of your stuff. He don't own your masters and things like that. He explains how he get his money. You keep your publishing with Steve Stout and you keep your masters, I believe. I think his YouTube channel is called Something Masters. And I watched his interview with Cameron. I watched the interview with others. Yeah, look, I really, in a short span of time, I really watched a lot about the music industry, and not just rap. I watched about other just the music industry. I could tell you about the first 360 deal. I could tell you who had the first 360 deal. Okay. But where we at with the comments? The record companies do make all the money. The artists only make their money off concerts. Yeah, so the record, okay. Do y'all know what masters is? I mean, without Googling, how does the artist make his money off his masters? This is without Googling. Like, how does the artist make his money off masters? So a masters has nothing to do with concerts. Concerts is another stream of income. So now you go into like the 360 deal that you guys probably can't explain. But yeah, man, the information is look. You got Google, you got Chat GPT. You can learn all this stuff in 3 seconds. Okay, matter of fact, let's do it. like I said, ChatGPT is fairly new to me. I just started using this probably less than 2 weeks ago. I always heard about it, but I never really, I was a Google guy. All right, so what is the difference between so master is, I think it's a shortcut. It's not all the way called your master. It's called something else. They just say masters for short. I think ChatGPT know what I mean. No, hell no. That's not what I guess they don't. See, I'm using slang in music. What is the between a master's and publishing? Yes, Yuki. Yes. Oh, be careful, you're gonna knock your head. Okay, here we go. So, difference between a master and publishing in music. In the music industry, masters and publishing refer to two different rights related to music ownership and revenue. Revenue is money. Okay, so then they can make money outside of concerts. Here's a breakdown of what each term means. Hopefully, it ain't too much. Masters, master record. Here we go. It's called master recording. What it is, the master recording is the original sound recording of a song or album. Whoever owns the masters control how the music is used, sold, or licensed. Ownership and control. The owner of the master has the right to license the song for use, e.g. streaming, films, TV, commercials. If an artist does not own their masters, they might have to ask for permission to pay fees to use their own song. Now, we'll get into that, why an artist wouldn't own his own masters. Who owns the masters? Here we go. Record labels typically own the masters if the artist is signed under a contract. Independent artists who self-release music usually own their masters. Some artists, like Taylor Swift, have fought to regain control of their masters. And I can explain how she did that. So I'm so into no, go over there. Go over there. Go over there. You'll get the copyright straight. Okay, so now I can even tell you what Taylor Swift did. Okay, because I'm so in tune in this industry. Okay, in a short period of time, by the way. Revenue of masters. Owners make money when the so now listen, this is not concerts. Owners make money when the recording is streamed, sold, or licensed. Licensing deals for TV, movies, and ads generate royalties. Okay. This guy right here is doing the most. Okay, here you go. Go over there. Okay, so now publishing. So so it's like an example. If a song is used in a movie soundtrack, the master owner gets paid for the usage of the original recording. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Publishing songwriting rights. Okay, so he's turning up his cartoon on purpose. Too loud. All right. And like I said, as you can imagine, kids' cartoons, they get gazillion views. So I would definitely be flagged and I'll tell you stuff. Publishing songwriting rights. What it is. Music publishing refers to songwriting rights, the composition of a song, lyrics, and melody. The songwriter and composers control the rights to the musical composition separate from the recording. Publishing rights versus master rights. Even if a record label owns the master, the songwriter still owns their publishing rights. The songwriter, this is why when it comes to singing, it's important to find out who wrote the song. So if you're a singer, right, and you got a producer who's going to get some of that money, you got an engineer who gets some of that money, sometimes off the top, but for the most part, the people who are going to threaten you the most, if you're a singer who don't write your own music, the people who are being in your pocket the most is going to be the producer and the songwriter. So let's say if Beyonce wrote or Michael Jackson wrote your song, but Sony produced it. The person who performed the song, you might You guys might be talking about that person. That person ain't gonna make any money. Okay, maybe through concerts and like just performance money, but that person ain't gonna make. Yeah, so Donnie, whoever said that, no, DJ, you might be talking about the person who don't write their own lyrics, like Milli Vanilli. Milli Vanilli, they had all that, they accomplished all that, but they probably got paid nothing because they did not write their own music. As you know, they were not they were not the original singers. They just performed, so they got performance fees. Like they literally got paid just for showing up to like concerts and stuff, and like, but they did not make any money off the music. So anyway, even if a record label owns the master, the songwriter still owns their publishing rights. Publishing rights ensure the songwriters get paid when their music is used, covered, or performed. Revenue for publishing: performance royalties earned when a song is played on the radio, TV, or live. Mechanical royalties earned from physical or digital sales, CDs. And I think mechanical royalties, I think this is masters, CD streams and downloads. Sync licensing earned from a song that's placed in a movie or ad or TV show. Example, if another artist does a cover version of a song, the publisher owner, okay, no, this is all publishing, my fault. If another artist does a cover version of a song, the publishing owner gets paid, not the master owner. Okay, so here we go. Key differences between masters and publishing. All right. So what it controls, so the master, whoever owns the master, controls the actual sound recording, all right, leaving from the studio. If you own the publishing rights, you control the lyrics and the melody composition. So if somebody hums a portion of your song, so if you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight. Girl, so if you hum that like Mariah Carey did in your song, you owe the publisher, but not the person who owns the masters to the record label. All right. Who owns it? Usually the record label, or see the artist. So now I'm gonna get into this. I believe this is nearly 50-50. So the masters is 50-50. The masters is usually owned 50-50 between the producer and the artist. The reason why a producer can own most of the masters, or the artist can own most of the masters, is because they worked out a separate contract. They sold their portion off. And I'm gonna chat GPT up to make sure I'm right. Okay. Who owns the publishing? Usually the songwriter or publisher. Okay. How money is made? Stream, sales, license. So this is how they make money from their masters. See, it does not say concerts here. So if the artist owns a portion of their masters, or the masters outright, they make money from streams, sales, licensing of the recording. So see, did not say concerts. And this one says concerts. So royalties from radio, live performances. So publishing is how they make money from the concerts. This is why you see certain people, they can't perform their own song because they don't own the publishing. Okay. Can it be sold? Yes, artists can sell their masters, right? You see, so I told you, this is how a lot of times an artist say, I want my masters back. You own my masters. It's because you sold it. You're not saying that part. You sold your masters to your producer. You sold your masters, let's say to Diddy, because you wanted more money up front. Publishing is back end money. Masters is front end money. Yes, songwriters can sell their publishing rights. So you can sell both rights. Example of revenue. If a song is played in a commercial, the master owner gets paid. If someone covers the song, the publisher gets paid. Okay, so when this one's getting played somewhere, whoever owns this or a portion of it gets paid. Okay, if somebody's covering the song, singing your song over a portion of it, the publisher get paid. Okay, so now one last thing before we continue with the show. But this is good. This is educating because I'm learning more and you're learning more, because I never did. When I was researching this, I listened to a lot of people who was in the know, But Chat GPT at that time was not available to me. It was not on my mind. Didn't know how to use it. Didn't know anything about it like that, other than by name. So now I'm learning more as well with you guys. Okay, so now I want out my coffee. It's so hot, and I'm over here talking. Okay, so when the master recording of a song is, look, I'm just typing. Look, it's finished. Who owns the master recording? The artist or the producer on average? Okay, watch this. So I'm just typing it. I'm not leading them to an answer. I'm just asking a question. All right? That's real research. I'm not leading ChatGPT to give me the answer I want. I'm just asking a question and letting them give me the answer they want. That's proper research. You guys' research were already a conclusion in your head. Who owns the master recording, artist or producer? Ownership of the master recording depends on the recording agreement between the artist, producer, and any record label involved. However, in most cases, the ownership falls under the following scenarios. You see, so this is not black and white. This is not absolute. Watch this. If the artist is signed to a record label, the record label usually owns the master. So we keep seeing that. So we got to add some respect to his name. So if the artist is signed to a record label, and most artists are, then the record label owns the masters. When an artist signs with a major or independent label, they usually give up ownership of their masters in exchange for funding, marketing, and distribution. So this would be like a Rockefeller type of thing there. The label controls how the music is used, e.g. licensing for movies, commercials, streaming. Some artists later buy back their masters, e.g. Michael Jackson, Prince, Taylor Swift, tried but failed initially. So so let me tell you. So Taylor Swift got over because she was able to record, because now she's Taylor Swift now. She's a big name. Again, she failed. She couldn't buy it back initially. So what she did was she was able to record her songs over. So what she did, which took hella work, she recorded all of her songs over, all of her albums over, like a real duo. She did it herself. So now, see, because the original deal is the original deal, but because she did her songs over, and she's now the big, mega superstar singer, she negotiated in her favor now. So she controls the masters of the new recording of all of that music she had done before. Okay. So there we go. So that's one. Let's go. So that's one scenario. Watch this. So example, if an artist signs with Sony Music, Sony owns the master recording unless the contract says otherwise. Give me a second. So
Oh, right there.
where?
Right
Okay,
there.
good. Okay, so now let's talk about when the artist is self-funded. Okay, I think we kind of could get that. Like he's independent. We kind of understand he owns the master rights. Okay. Now, here's the one I was speaking about, or read about. The role of the producer. Producers rarely own the masters. Okay, so now see this part is going to get tricky because okay, I got it. It said, okay, that's what's confusing me. I was getting confused with producer record label. Okay, so this is the record label. Okay, so I got it. Okay, so a producer is Dr. Dre, but a producer is Kanye West, but that doesn't mean that they own the record label too. So record labels got producers as well. Okay, so record labels normally own the masters because the finished products coming from their studio. Anyway, let's read. Producers rarely own the masters unless negotiated. A producer is typically paid up front a fee or given royalties for their work on the track. They don't usually own the master, but they might negotiate for a percentage of royalties, usually 2 to 5%. If a producer is also a beat maker, Metro Boomin, Timbaland, and funds the recording, they might negotiate partial ownership of the master. If Dr. Dre produces a track for an artist, he might get producer royalties, but if it's his own album, he likely owns the masters. Makes sense. All right. Number 4, special cases, producer-owned masters. When a producer owns the masters, if a producer funds the entire recording and release the music under their own company, they can own the master rights. This is rare, but happens when producers act as executive producers or label owners themselves. DJ Khaled, okay, owns many of his masters because he funds his own albums through his label. We Be the Best Music Group, okay? So who owns the masters? The record label, unless negotiated otherwise. Independent artists, okay? Producers, usually not the owner, but can get royalties or partial ownership. Producers pay for recording. Producers may own or co-own the masters. How artists can keep their masters? Negotiate contracts up front. Some artists demand ownership in record deals, e.g. Frank Ocean, Jay-Z. Stay independent. Artists who self-fund their music keep full control, buy masters back later. Some artists try to purchase their masters from labels once they get more money. Okay, yes, that's it. So I think that's great information. So let's go back. Let's get information. Money. Okay, yes. All right, unbiased Ron. A lot of people is not a great debater, even though but it's not about always debating. See, I don't always debate. I just have a conversation with you guys, but then I might ask a question. But it doesn't mean I'm debating because you just can't say any old thing and it's just true. So if you say, hey man, the devil literally signs your contracts, I'm gonna say, bro, who the hell is the devil? And how is he signing contracts? What name is he using? Right? I gotta ask the obvious questions. So it's not about debating. As a matter of fact, debating, we debate more often than we think. Okay, so when people say debating, because debating has taken on different usages as well. Okay, debate has been watered down to just a disagreement in ideas. That's a debate. Because you could tell your girl, hey, you look better with the red shoes. She, I like the blue ones. And you can say, no, but the red ones, and you can make a case for the red ones, and she might say, hey, don't debate me. And you're like, honey, I'm not debating you. I just was telling you which one I think is more, you know what I mean? So debating has got watered down to just a disagreement. So if you disagree with somebody, they could say, "Hey, you're debating me." But no, so DJ, it's not a debate. What I do is I ask questions to fill the void. So you might have good information, but your information has some gaps in it. I just want those gaps to be filled so I can fully understand or I can fully appreciate your facts. Okay. So let's see. I was on mute. I got a phone call. Okay, so I was right. We got to talk about this. My guy, I agree with you 50%. The artist has to own the masters to make money. Nah, the artist. Okay, you messed up again. The money is made in the back. It's the publishing. So the masters make money as long as the song is hot. So right now, Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar, that song makes money now because it's hot. But as you can see, it's rarely getting played now. So therefore, the master money is going to dry up. But the publishing money is what is forever. Because all somebody got to say is, "You're Not Like Us," and Kendrick getting a percentage of that. You know what I mean? So the publishing is more like people believe it's more valuable in the long run. So this is why like a record label would negotiate with an artist and give them the full master, but just ask for the publishing. And because the masters get you money today now, because the song is actually being played right now, a lot of artists are thirsty for money, or not just thirsty, but they just in the need of money. So they'll take the master. They'll, "Hey, give me the masters. You take the publishing." But again, once the song stopped getting airplay, once the song is no longer played in movies because it's an old song now, it's played out, the publishing is going to now make a lot of money. So I got Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back. That guy, he explains publishing. So watch this. So again, look, I'm just freestyling with you guys, and I'm recalling stuff. Okay, so watch this. Sir Mix-a-Lot. I think it's Sir Mix-a-Lot. I think it's Sir Mix-a-Lot. Yeah, it's him. Okay, now why this Vlad shit? Okay, watch this.
So explain, to people who don't understand how publishing works and why you keep getting paid from. So explain, to people who don't understand how publishing works and why you keep getting paid from a hit song that came out 20 years ago.
You see, 20 years ago. So masters, you get paid as long as the song is being played at that time. But once the song is no longer in high demand, like Not Like Us, that's it. Those monies, the royalties stop.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question because a lot of people underestimate publishing. I mean, when an artist is at their peak, including myself, when I was at my peak, the royalty check was everything.
I believe that's the masters.
And that was, every 6 months you got this big lump of money from the label for records sold, and that's all you paid attention to.
Records sold.
But publishing is a little bit different in the way it works. It's consistent, it's long money, especially if you keep your song out there, if you work it. It's not just the BMI ASCAP side. That's usually all people look at. They look at the BMI and ASCAP.
So BMI and ASCAP, there's different ways you can publish your music. So again, I'm telling you, I was really in deep with this research in the music industry. I could just remember and recall stuff and just pull it up.
Checks, and that comes from plays. You get plays on radio, plays on video, and they collect for you. That's cool, and that can be good money. But more importantly,
he talked about getting plays on the radio. This is all current stuff, as long as the song is popping.
mechanicals for every time that, but more importantly, there are mechanicals for every time that song sells. You are supposed to get a mechanical share. So if it, let's just hypothetically say it's 10 cents. I know it's lower than 10 cents, but let's say it's 10 cents per song, up to 10 songs on the album. They prorate it after that, up to 10 songs on the record, and Baby Got Back is one of those songs. So that 10 cent, half of that 10 cent goes to whoever did the music, the other half goes to whoever did the writing, the lyrics. And I maintain both sides of it on probably 98% of all my songs. And that's how it worked for me. Really, it's just trying to get it done. Of course, you get people come out the woodwork that want to get checks because I was in the studio with you, bro. What are you talking about? I handed you the pen you wrote that with. But other than that, I mean, that's how it works. And it is something that even myself, I underestimated early on. We got a big publishing deal early on. It was a big check. I went out, I spent the check fast. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was stupid and young. Then I realized, wait a minute, it behooves me to go out and earn this capital back. At the time I was dealing with Polygram, because if you bust your ass to get Polygram that money back and you recoup, you start collecting. Now let's say you own your own publishing and you try to collect yourself. Who's gonna take me serious when I go, this is Mix-a-Lot calling, I need my money? Please, get somebody real to call. So I realized that earning that money back became
those person that called, the people that called, get a percentage.
important. And every deal I've entered into, every single one to date, I've recouped over 100% and made money again. Because I mean, the Pussycat Dolls. Here's another.
Okay, this is the one I want you to pay attention. Not Baby Got Back, because they play that song today. So you'll be like, I'm biased, but they still playing that song. Right. So that wasn't my example of the back end. This is my example of the back end money. Listen to this.
Over 100% and made money again.
Watch it.
Because I mean, the Pussycat Dolls. Here's another perfect example. When I did the song Swaz, I never thought it was going to be anything.
And Swaz is horrible. That's close to Swazi, but that's a horrible song. You heard what he said. He said, when I put together the song Swaz, I didn't expect it to do anything. Listen.
And when the Pussycat Dolls did Don't You, when I did the song Swaz, I never thought it was going to be anything. And when the Pussycat Dolls did Don't You, which is Swaz, I wasn't combative. When CeeLo called and when Notting Hill called and said, we want to work this out, get this Pussycat Dolls song. The Pussycat Dolls were already at 500,000. So why would I come and say I'm a sister? That's stupid. That's dumb business. It looks good on television, but it's dumb business. So what I decided to do was work with Notting Hill. Pussycat Dolls kept on cruising and they made their money. That's how you leverage your publishing. It's important to understand it's still business. Some people just protect their songs with it. I'm not saying no names. Some of my favorite artists sit on their songs for their whole career and tell you can't touch it, then they go broke.
Don't make any
That's
money.
not how you use publishing.
Okay, so now let me elaborate on that. This is what I can do. Got to know what I'm talking about. So now, the song Swaz, it got no airplay. It's a trash song. But don't you wish your girl was hot? Like that beat was the Swaz beat. Okay. So this is how publishing works. Remember, masters work like this. You have to play the Swaz entire song, right? With Sir Mix-a-Lot singing the Swaz songs. And the people who own that masters would get paid. But if you just take a part of the song or a piece of the song, the masters is not tied to that money. The publishing is. So for the masters, you got to play the whole song, like a commercial. He just said, it's like, Baby Got Back. That's masters. But if somebody take a piece of that song and do something with it, that's no longer masters. That's publishing. So Don't You Wish Your Girl Was Hot? They didn't remix the Swaz song. They took a portion of the beat and they made a hit, Don't You? Right? And that's publishing now. So the artists get paid because the artist normally owns the publishing. The record label normally owns the masters. So that song, when they take a piece of your song, or Milk is chilling, Gizmo's chilling, that beat, Milk Bone. All right, watch this.
Mary J. Blige used that beat. Again, that's publishing. Watch this. I got another story for y'all. What's his name? Milk Bone. What's his name? I forgot his name. I'm gonna do Milk Bone just to be safe. I know it's Milk something. Okay, so it ain't Milk. Milky D. Okay, so it ain't Milk Bone. Sorry. Is it Milky D? Okay, so let me do it like this. This might come up better. Okay, so dang, what's the guy's name? All right, you know what? Let me do this. Milk. Yeah, Top Billing. There we go. All right. What's his name? Audio's two's audio. I know, and the name is Milky D. It was Milky D. I was close. What would I say? Did I say milk? Didn't I say that? Oh, I said Milky. It's Milk D. I said Milky. Okay, I said Milky D. That was close. Okay. Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Well, I think this is right here. This is Diddy Publishing. So it's all about publishing. So when a record producer, when a record label negotiate, when they negotiate part of the artist publishing or even all of it, the artist she or he takes the upfront money and they go blow it like Sir Mix-a-Lot said, and they hear a piece of the song later and they realize, oh, snap, my money dried up. It's 10 years later and Diddy's still making money off the damn song through publishing. So now you realize later, like an idiot, like the Rocks, you start to say, wow, we messed up. Now you crying foul when you did a real legitimate deal. You just ain't know any better. You got your money up front for the publishing, and now you want to cry and beg for it back. You find out they're really real. But check these out.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Because you know 50 Cent song, I get money. What's the song? I get money. I get it. That is his beat. Real love. That's I'm searching. That's his beat. So all these top hits that use his beat, I think even Salt and Pepper used it. I think Get Up. No. That's a different beat. So even that beat was used different times, right? And they got paid. Watch this.
Yo, what's up, everybody? First, before we get started, I gotta say it. Milk is chilling. Giz is chilling. What more can I say? Top billing. Yo, we here with the one, the only Milk D from the Audio 2. What's good with you?
I'm chilling. Life is good. I'm grateful.
Yo, I'm happy, right? Because this man, he always smiles, and I love that. Next year, and we never thought it would make it this far. How do you feel?
I definitely thought that it would make it this far. I to be really, but it's very exciting.
And now you always smiling. Is that because them 50 Cent checks are still coming in?
I get money. Yeah. Money I got.
Yeah, definitely. What are your views on the state of the game right now? I mean, it's
really ain't going to it. Damn, I want him to go into it. Okay, so like you said, those 50 Cent checks come in. So now 50 Cent did not rap Audio 2. 50 Cent used the beat. That's publishing. See, he's an artist. That's publishing. When you use a part of the beat, some part of the song, a hook or something, publishing, not masters. Okay. those 50 Cent checks. And everybody who used that beat pretty much went popping. Okay, I'm trying, what interview did I watch about Gizmo chilling? Damn, what? I don't know what interview I watched now, because it wasn't this one. But they had went more into it. I got a clip, it just on my other channel that got temporarily shut down. Okay, so what do you guys think about that now? Let me read the chat. What do you guys think about that? Hunting Heresy Hunters, peace. All right, so what's the question that you got? Yeah, publishing rights is the long-term money. You can get both, that's even doper. So didn't you have a verse stating that Mary was pregnant with Christ around the conversation? Yeah. I said that. Heresy Hunter. Yeah, I said that. As the angel left, conception had already started. Yeah, I said that. The song is top billing. Yeah, top billing. Yeah. Audio 2, the 2's audio. I got it, girl. And thank you, bro. Milk is chilling. Gizmo. That was my favorite beat to do on the desk at school. Do that, do that, deuce, tap the deuce, tap the deuce, tap. Then my second beat was that get up, doom, everybody get up. That was the second beat I did on the table on in my desk at in school. Getting kicked out of school for playing that damn beat on the desk. Yeah, I did say that, Heresy Hunters. Yes, I did. Okay. So now let's hear some more. Okay, so let me just go to our dialogue with Focus, okay? Okay, so at some point, we had a dialogue, I think. Is this the right one?
Money, or they're making it the highest, like if you look at the numbers and stuff, the major consumption of this music and stuff is actually happening in the Midwest. It's not even the coast. The coast are not making these guys millionaires. Do you understand that?
I mean, that point may very well be true.
Okay.
Absolutely. I believe it's one of
Okay, so this ain't the one I have with Focus. The one I have with Focus is on my channel that's temporarily deleted. But somebody called in and challenged Focus on his conspiracy BS. And this is what happens, man. Like, you set yourself up.
The only people who are successful, and it does not. All of the ones who have ever been successful were the ones who stepped out of the.
Yeah, he could never just have a conversation. He always yelling, over talking.
Because ain't none of them
all
rich.
regards.
Ain't none of them rich. Ain't none of them get money.
Hey, my.
When you go into Universal Studios and you see that big jumbotron, you see Nicki Minaj because she had positive music to jump in that lane. See, I already explained this. There's levels of positivity. Yes, this is the worst, and yes, this is the best. The higher you get up that scale of positivity, the more mainstream you can become, the more successful you can become. So when you say negativity sells, in what regard? Because ain't none of them rich.
Regards.
Ain't none of them rich. Ain't none of them get money.
Hey, my brothers on the panel.
Let me finish. Nicki Minaj can sell out 250,000 show in Liverpool. Drake last week. Like at the end of the day, how does it sell? In what way, shape, form, or fashion? He sells negative, you know.
Hey, can I contribute to the conversation?
The only people who are successful.
Right now.
Hello?
That boy be talking.
Hello?
Yeah, that's somebody background noise.
Oh, the only people who are truly successful off of negative music and gangster rap is white folks. It's the enemy. They the ones who fill in prisons, got us spending all of the money, not building anything so we can't become a threat to their economy. They're the ones who is their population control agenda is being implemented in full effect through the music. Okay, running from the police. The only people who are benefiting from the music is them.
All right, can I speak, man? Because I feel like the build is turned into a debate. You guys are going back and forth, and you guys are hitting good points, but we need to expand the conversation just a little bit, if y'all don't mind. Peace to the panel. This is the Watcher, and again, like I don't have any disagreements with other.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Bring your water, baby. No, I was telling my wife to bring your water. I'm sorry.
Right on. Yeah, because I mean, like I don't have any disagreements with what you guys are saying because you guys are both building on good points. But I mean, we're getting. I don't want to say confrontational, but we're going back and forth. But let's expand it. Try something else. I heard your build, and it was pretty good. Now I have a few questions. And again, I'm not coming at you contentious. This is not gotcha, but I just want to ask questions, if not for myself, for the audience. So the first question I have, or for the brother, was it DJ? Let me see, DJ Focus. Okay. Do you believe that the music that's out right now, is that influencing the youth or influencing the generation?
Absolutely. I believe it's one of the most influential and quintessential factors when it comes to the conditioning the minds of the youth.
Okay. And who's in your opinion or your knowledge, since you seem like pretty knowledgeable about the music, who's the biggest consumers of the said music?
Well, I believe that is young white kids, but that's relative as well because those numbers are based upon them purchasing or streaming on more legit sites. I mean they too have ways to access the hidden sites, but we bootleg things more, always have. So those numbers is relative, you know what I'm saying? But
okay, well then let me try to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Did you finish?
Yeah, but well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay.
Yeah, my email is C, the letter C, and wisdom, right? But the wisdom take off the S. So the only difference is in the spelling. My email is C Wisdom, C, and then wisdom, right? Wisdom without the S. There's a Z there instead. So it's C Wisdom. Okay, so C Wisdom, but the wisdom is spelled with a Z in replace of the S at yahoo.com. So in the subject, just tell me, what the email's about, or like a little brief, so I won't think it's like spam or something. All right. So yeah. So C. So anybody can email me actually. So MC Fact, when you get those links, you could email me there. So C Wisdom, but wisdom spelled with a Z in place of the S of an S at yahoo.com. That's my email.
I'm trying to get an understanding, at least a percentage of a pie. So we realize that we're 13-14% of the population?
Those numbers are relative too. I don't believe those numbers.
Well, what seems logical to you? I mean, I'm not trying to I don't want to run with a false narrative. I'm just trying to get an understanding. Like what percentage just of people do you, in your opinion, and it doesn't have to be exact, just what percentage do you think?
I truly believe that there will be no way for us to truly quantify it based upon the fact that mixed kids that are like Black and Spanish, they create, they use them as Hispanic. Right. A lot of people put other because they're from the islands and they don't want to put African American. So they may be West Indian, but they still Black, and they put other. A lot of people don't fill out the census at all, including myself. So those numbers are relative as well, and I don't really believe that we'll be able to find a way to truly quantify the number. I would just put it somewhere along the lines of 40 to 60 million, 40 to 80 million, something like that.
Okay, so would you try to say that's at least maybe 30%, 40% of the population?
If we go to over 8 million, then that would be just under, just over 25%.
Okay, so we're about 25% of the population, and of that 25% of the population, recognizing that some are older, majority of people are older, some are younger, some are females. What percentage of that 25% do you think is actually buying or listening to the music?
There would be no way to quantify it. But one thing that I will say is there are a lot more children than there are adults because adults die. So therefore, right. And
right, but
we
I'm
also
my guy.
know that-
I'm not trying to nail you down or anything. I'm just trying to get an
No,
understanding before I
I'm
speak.
sure you can't nail
But
me
what,
down.
I feel you, my G. But I feel like I'm trying to get information and then you're just diluting it, or you're
I'm not
staying away from
diluting
this
it.
gets-
I'm telling you that I don't have respect for these numbers that they come out with.
and I can
because there's
acknowledge
no
that,
way
but
to
I would
quantify
right.
these numbers.
But if I'm asking
It's
for your
impossibility.
opinion,
He doesn't have
okay, because you don't want to,
regard-
you don't believe in the general consensus of what's being put out there, and I can respect that. I can understand that. But just so we can have a build in the conversation, because we're speaking to an audience as well. You know,
Right.
so I'm trying to get an understanding of, or I'll just go right to the point. We can say it's 25%, and I can be generous and say maybe half of them are listening to the genre of music, and I believe that's real over exaggerating. But just to get to a point,
I disagree with that. I believe
You would
all
say
of them,
more?
I believe up to 80% because you have to realize that's what's being pushed on the radios. That's what's being pushed in the club. So if you get in the car and turn on the radio and want to listen to anything you can identify with, this is what you're going to hear. So even the adults, I'm a DJ, bro. And I know what gets the party shaking. I do 50th birthday parties, and they be like, "Yo, put that new Cardi B on." Like, so all of them. So you know, the vast majority. You'll have a few who may be on their dean or maybe really in the church or gospel right now at this particular time, but that's relative too. A few years down the line, they end up listening to it too. So the vast majority of our people are affected by this music.
okay. So
All right, so let me do this real fast. So so this is for Harry C. Hunter. So I got your email. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna switch my account, all right, to my account where I'll be debating things like that. All right. So then I'm going to write in the chat from that account. So subscribe to that account. I may talk about that either very early my morning or tonight after this live stream. Okay. Okay, so right there, Keep It Real Israel, subscribe to that one.
So you're saying 80% of our people you believe are really rocking with this hip hop music and being influenced by it. Okay. But we understand that
I said the vast majority.
People,
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. That's the way to get up off that number. All right. I feel you. So now back to the other side of the group. So it's a consensus, or you would agree that the major consumers of this music is not Black. Is that a fair point?
Well, yeah, I can't say are not Black because there's different ways of consumption. You want to quantify how much Spotify downloads. There's no way to quantify how many people turn on the radio and go to Hot 97 or Power 99 because they want to listen to music that they can identify with, or that they're in the car with their kids and their kids put on music and their kids put on the Hot 97. There's
Right
no
on.
way to quantify this.
I get it.
Yeah.
Right, but what I'm trying to do, that's why I started with the population. If you recognize that if we're 25% of the population and we see these people are becoming millionaires and stuff off of their music, we got to be realistic as far as the buying power. That's not really coming from the Black community. That, you know, they're selling this money or they're making it the highest. Like if you look at the numbers and stuff, the major consumption of this music and stuff is actually happening in the Midwest. It's not even the coast. The coast are not making these guys millionaires. Do you understand that?
I mean, that point may very well be true, but the numbers are totally irrelevant because no matter who buys the music, we identify with it. Whites,
Right, I get
Spanish,
that.
Mexicans, and everybody else can
Right,
buy
but
music,
see, you're going.
but they
You're
listen to the
answering my
music.
question.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is you're answering my question and you're running beyond my narrative because I'm trying to get these points out to get to my point. So I'm trying
Okay, go ahead.
because and that's what smart people do. I get it. You hear a question and you understand where I'm going, so you're going beyond that to give me more insight, and I can respect that. But the point that I'm getting at is, if these people are consuming the music more than us, how come they're, and you're saying the music reflects the people, how come they aren't being reflected or they're not emulating the type of music, especially if they're listening to it more?
Because they listen to our music from a detached perspective. It's like watching a movie, you know, for them, they don't live in these communities. They don't see the suffering firsthand.
All right, so now listen to this BS excuse why the music that's so influential, right, negative or positive, somehow is race specific. So hit rap negative music, according to DJ Focus, is so influential negatively, but it's only designed to negatively influence FBAs and ADOS. Okay, I mean, see, this, yeah, this dude could never ever really like be taken serious on larger platforms. All right, let's see the chat. Okay, so Be Active said something that I wanted to respond to earlier. He said, Be Active said, hey, answering the title question, yes, music, movies, or type of art form, entertainment influence the human mind. That's why it's called entertainment, because it will entertain your thoughts into a point of manipulating and controlling your thoughts. Hey, bro, what the hell are you talking about? I watch hella movies. I listen to hella music. I ain't never get influenced to do that dumbness. See, you guys just be talking and saying some crazy stuff. I watch hella movies. I watch all Blade series. I ain't never run around acting like Blade. So you guys make absolute claims. And the influence, and I watch this, some of it can have an influence, but to what percentage, to what degree? And is it long lasting? That's the other question. Is the influence long lasting? So when you watch Blade, you're running around the backyard flipping and stuff, but how long does a kid do that for? They might do it for like 2 days and that's it. They're moving on to something else, Static or whoever else next. So these claims, these strong claims you guys make, it's just goofy. It's influential to how long is the influence before it rubs off? And to what degree? You said send our thoughts and brains. Like, and maybe you kind of missed the conversation, or maybe you missed where DJ Focus was going with it. And maybe I'm missing how you're answering the question. So I might jump to conclusions just now on you. If I did, my fault. But if you are borrowing DJ Focus stance that it's influential and we behave like what we listen to or what we watch, because don't forget, a lot of Caribbean people and Africans, they say they hate us because they watch movies. And I don't buy that. It's like, so you're watching fake movies about FBA and ADOS, and you believe that we are actually supermen. We're actually, when you watch Legend with Will Smith, you believe that. When you watch Blade, you really believe that an FBA guy was killing vampires? Like, so at what point do you Black immigrants distinguish in a movie? I mean, they all fake, but I just don't get that. How do you watch movies and say that you hate us or you stereotype us based off depictions in movies about us when you watch movies where we're superheroes too? So you believe we're thugs and criminals because you watch Menace to Society. But when you watch Blade and things like that, how does your stereotypes balance out? So you just ignore all the positive movies that depict us as great people. You don't consider those. Like, you just like Training Day. You said, screw Malcolm X. I watched this great, but screw that. Training Day is how I want to view Black folks. FBs and ADOS. It's silly. Oh, yeah. That's on the floor. On the floor. No, on the floor, okay? Let me get a towel for the floor. I'll clean it up. I clean it. Okay, sit down in the water. It's hot. Sit down. Okay. All right. So let's play the video. Yes, Yogi. Okay, sit down. It's hot in there. Sit down. Do you have a link or source for those percentages you're tossing out the other night or two? Oh, be active. Oh, he not sharing that. That's his baby. Hey, no.
So they're able to, feel the vibes, feel the music, and listen to it, but from a detached perspective. And it does affect some of them. Some of them are out here doing drugs because of it. Some of them are out here robbing because of it. They don't, prosecute their own to the level that they prosecute ours.
My God! Now
they don't
whole nother
I know white kids who drove around selling all manners of drugs and never been arrested, never even thought about it because they riding through the white community with white people in their car, and they're not, targeted like we're targeted. But don't get it twisted; they are being influenced as well, but not to the degree that we're being influenced. See, if you listen to a song and they're talking about the Chicken Shack and Uzis and the such and such park and the basketball court at this, that, and whatever, and this girl and with that girl and the hood in front of the bodega, and these are things that you got to be in the hood to identify with. Then the caveat is they put this "you got to be real" connotation to it. So for everybody else, they can listen to it as fiction, but for us, you got to be real. So if you're an artist, you had to be really doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And if you are a listener who really feeling the music, you want to go do this stuff so that in your mind,
oh my God,
if you can't be a rapper, you could be who the rappers is talking about. All the rappers talking about my life. I'm the star. And then convoluted and adversely, the young women feel as though, well, if I can't get the rapper, I'm going to go get who the rapper talking about. The trap boy, the drug dealer. But you got to be in the hood to understand these experiences, to be affected by these experiences. That's why they put all, but you can't find, bro, go to Netflix, go to the movies, go to one black dude who is totally irredeemable, but one black dude. The only place you can find an abundance of black dudes is in rap videos or in the NBA. That's the only place. So for a young black clique or young black team or young black gang growing up who are looking for something to identify with, I don't see myself in church. I don't see myself in the educational system. They teach you about a bunch of white folks. They teach about a bunch of white people in church. All the angels, Jesus, and everybody white. Lisa, hush. Everybody white. I don't see myself when I read a comic book or turn on the Avengers. I don't see myself when I turn on Netflix and see all of the stories and the protagonists therein. So the only place I see myself, since I'm looking for myself, I'm looking for something to emulate, identify with, is the music or the ball court. So now everybody want to be a basketball player, but when that failed, you realize you're not going to be 6'7" and you don't got no J and you can't dunk. What's the next best thing? I'm going to be a rapper. And if I can't rap, I'm going to be who the rappers talk about, who the rappers emulate, the stars of the community. It's like the police. Police officers feel emboldened and they feel like they superstars and rock stars, even though they local as hell. Why? Because it's a bunch of movies about cops. So when they put on that uniform and that gun, they really feel like they JT Smith action star. They really feel like they about to go fight crime, like they RoboCop, because there's so many movies about cops. So if I can't be a movie star, I'm going to be what the movies is about. But it's the same thing with rap music. If I can't be a rapper, well, I'm going to be the next best thing. I'm going to be the thug, the trap boy, what rappers rap about. So that fact that we identify closely with these people, therein lies the difference. And as I said, you'll never be able to truly quantify the numbers of who actually consumes, because you're talking about consumer in the sense of spending money
just
on,
talk long.
But then you also
Answer
talk about
really
consumer
long,
in the sense of taking in.
so you don't get a
consume
second
it.
answer.
Okay?
Very clever.
So as I said, if a young black mother got 3 black kids and she got to turn on Hot 97 for them or turn on the music for them, she's consuming that music, whether she bought it or purchased it or not.
And I will go over those things in that.
She's consuming it.
Okay. Well, I mean, right. because what I'm trying to do is get an understanding, but it seems like maybe it's more complicated than I can grasp, and I can respect that. And again, this is not a debate. I'm just asking the questions, not for me, but just for the chat and people who listen to this weeks and months from now. So you gave your presentation and you spoke on how the music is being infiltrated and actually ran by certain people who have an agenda that they're putting out. Is that correct so far?
Yes, sir.
Just paraphrasing. Okay.
Absolutely.
So, because I listen to a lot of rap music, hip hop, gangster music, and it didn't really influence me to that degree. Well, it changed my perspective, and I'll be honest. However, it didn't make me run out and go stick people up and do all the ignorant type of shit. I recognize music for what it was, and I've had these conversations with people on the panel. Now, we're in a new age and a new era, so I can't really speak to the quantity or the quality of music that's out right now. So with all the lean and all the extra pop and all this other type of shit, I mean, I didn't listen to that quality type of music, and I don't really mess with too much of the new music now. So I have to concede to a point if people are saying like people are rapping about Molly and Percocets and popping pills and lean and all this type of shit, and then the dudes are running out doing it. You know, you can name a few Nicki Minaj quality or nice songs, but I got to be blunt with you, my dude. Majority of the information I see and a lot of the music that I hear from her is not quality. It's about booty popping, and we can debate. Oh, I don't even want to debate, but I understand that you guys had a conversation about how detrimental it is to a society. But when you have women think that they can be extra promiscuous and they can just run around chasing the bag or chasing the dudes and listen to Cardi B, that shit does also break up the home and gives women or certain females who are susceptible to that, it gives them a different lane to run down. And they may have one or two positive songs, but to keep it blunt, that's not the songs that they're constantly playing in rotation when they want to go out and quote unquote get down. So I mean, we got to be realistic on that. And I understand the analogy used with the crayon, saying there's different degrees of it, but just to broaden the conversation, we have to recognize it's detrimental to certain people, especially at younger ages, when females think that they can do certain things, and even the younger kids or the young males feel like they can go run the streets and pop these pills without any consequences. So I'm not in the younger music, because I heard you even spitting some of the lines, you know, the melody. So again, you're a DJ, so you know more of the music than I do. I'm speaking of, you know, or I'm just trying to ask these questions and put it out there, and I'll admit that I'm out of my element, so I'm not going to say I'm right, you wrong type shit or type thing. So I mean, I would like to hear you speak on that honestly. And before I hop off, I had one other point, but I didn't want to go too much back and forth.
Yeah, his name is.
But yeah, I do appreciate your content and you contributing to the.
His name is DJ Focus Podcast. Let me look it up. Because he had a podcast, he stopped it, and they would go. He would do a podcast every Thursday, but they stopped it for that reason. Renovation, something like that. Okay, so TJ. Okay, I'll put the link in the chat of his podcast. Okay, right here. The Real DJ Focus Podcast. Right here. So I'm gonna put his link in the chat. Yeah, DJ Focus is his name. That's the link to his channel. It's called the Real DJ Focus Podcast. Googie. Hey. Get in here. Get in here. Get in here. Close that door. Lay down.
Daddy,
Yes, sir.
let's do something.
Hmm?
Daddy, be back. It's flying.
Okay. I'm trying to find a dialogue I had
where I challenge some of his talking points. I know it's on FBA defensive unit for a fact. But I could have sworn I'm bugging. I see it right there. Maybe that's so I got tricked by my own. Oh wow. Okay, here it is. Okay.
The people, once millions and millions and millions of people acquiesce to the quote unquote underground movement of, any new genre of music or anything at its inception, it becomes mainstream, right? And at that point is when the powers that be look to usurp, control, monetize these particular avenues. So, to say hip hop should never have been mainstream.
Okay, so my argument, so good. So now we can catch up on the argument. So my argument was, basically his argument was the same thing MC Fact said. He said that the music industry was owned by hip hop, rap was owned by the music industry, whatever y'all said. And I said, I don't really buy into that. But I said, maybe we should have never been mainstream. So matter of fact, let me put that in the poll. So whoever's still hanging with us, I know it's late. Yeah, no, he make fire music. Okay, so I know it's late. But do y'all think that rappers made a bad idea when they went to go mainstream with rap, hip hop? They went to, because MC Fact, you said that the music industry owns or controls hip hop, rap. So when I hear that, I'm like, all right, well, do you think it was a big mistake for rappers to bring their talent to mainstream media where they can, your words, own and control it potentially? That's a question for you guys. That's for Be Active, MC Fact. Matter of fact, I'm going to save this for tomorrow. This discussion for tomorrow. Let me play the rest of this, and I think we're out of here. So I'm going to save that discussion for tomorrow. I'm going to play the rest of this, and then we can close out. Yeah.
You don't know the culture here. All right, have a good night. Now you just running your damn mouth. Derek Chauvin ain't nowhere near no black people. He ain't nowhere near no black people in jail. So don't even get it twisted. Let's give my brother Great Black Shark in here. I had to get that tether out. Great Black Shark, hop on, brother.
When it comes to getting to market in a more quick manner, Popular Pace helps us move quickly and efficiently. As we all know, social media moves really quickly, influencer marketing moves really quickly. It's not always easy to find the right influencers.
Why am I logged in on that account? I got the commercials. Hopefully I get my channel back by tomorrow. Hopefully I win the appeal and get my channel back tomorrow.
And we're doing, your culture doesn't do anything.
A tether, even Drake. We know you're from East Africa. We just don't know is your homeland to the point where you had to flee. You're not at liberty to point the finger. That's what makes you look silly, sir. You can't.
Whatever homeland you think I'm from, it's not in the top 50
And that's
of
another
the
thing.
most violent cities.
And you know what? Your homeland is so bad, you're too embarrassed to admit exactly where it's from. That's how bad it is and how
Yeah, so let me say, so yes, I agree with be active as far as that. Yeah, like you can't listen to negativity all day and not be some way, some shape influenced by it. But it's a choice. But by the way, be active. It's a choice to listen to negativity. You don't have to listen to negativity. Like in my car, this is gonna trip y'all out. My car, I do not listen to the radio. Okay, I listen to sports talk radio, or I got my phone connected to it where I'm listening to YouTube. Okay, so it's a choice to go to radio stations. There are so many radio stations. You don't have to go to the ones that play this negative, influential music. Now, when you're in a building or at a function and you can't control, yes, they're going to play whatever music they want. You're stuck. A party or cookout, they're going to play whatever. But when you play the music yourself, you're guilty. Okay, so anyway, so this comes to MC Facts. MC Facts said, no, I said blacks don't own. I know, that's what I said. So I said this. So my question to you, MC Fact, was, being that we don't own it and somebody else owned it who did not originate it, that's bad. I think we can all agree to that. It's bad for somebody to own it's bad for somebody to own your intellectual property rights. Okay, you should always own your own intellectual properties. Okay, so now MC Fact is saying we don't own the music industry. So they own the music industry. That's correct. They own the music industry way before hip hop rap, obviously. So MC Fact, my question back to you is, being that they own the music industry, was it a mistake for us to bring our talents, our musical talents, to the music industry, an industry we don't own and control? Like, what do you think's going to happen? So MC Fact, you just said we don't own it, meaning that's owned by somebody else. So why are we bringing our intellectual properties to an industry we don't own and control in no way, shape, form? So the question is, did we make a mistake by bringing our musical intellectual properties to the music industries to potentially own and control? 15 to 30, yeah, Beat Active. Yes.
Stop.
I'll play it. Press it. Okay, good job. Come, get it. Come. Come this way. This way. Come. Okay, come. Yeah, you're right here. You must share. Come.
Yes.
Come.
Cover.
Okay, this is cover here. Come, right here. Come, cover. Come, sit. Come. Come. He asked me for a back, knock your head. Okay, good. Okay, all right, yeah, so that's so MC Fact. So then you agree with me. DJ Focus argued and said it was not a mistake that we brought our intellectual properties to a powerful industry as the music industry. So it's like he's arguing two sides of his ass, out his ass. I'm like, dude, how are you holding one position and then holding the other position that's contrary?
never seen that before. So I'm like, how are you holding one position and the other, and they're contrary? So it's like, yo, he has the answer and the problem all together. It's like, dude, what are we doing here, man? You're not listening to yourself. And the thing, his flaw is that he doesn't take his time and listen and comprehend what's being communicated to him before he responds. He just responds right away because he's always feel like he's being attacked. Like he got this victim mentality, just was wild. Bringing the music and mainstream. Yeah. So that's what I said. But so now when you say they okay, so who owns and controls the music industry? MC Fact, Be Active. Who do y'all think owns and controls the music industry? I'm bugging. I'm not playing it.
For the panel. And I know there was other people in there as well.
I definitely appreciate you hopping on and you know, us being able to converse and dialogue. You know, my thing is, I never said Nicki Minaj was a positive artist. The only reason I brought her up was because he said negativity sells.
Yeah, Motown,
I'm showing you that
I gotta
she was able to
Motown
jump into a lane and she was able to grow to a point she would never have been able to grow to because of her positive side. Then I went on to talk about the Black Eyed Peas. I went on to talk about Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, Drake, different individuals who don't rap about killing anybody, selling any drugs, or even buying Gucci or any of that. Black Eyed Peas and them don't rap about, and they're all way more successful. They all did Super Bowl halftime shows and all of that, way more successful than the negative artists. That's the only reason I brought her up. You can't play the booty popping Nicki Minaj music in Walmart. You can't play it on the Jumbotron at Universal Studios and Disney World or at Six Flags or at Dorney Park. But you can play Starships and Winterfly. You can play Superbass.
So again, like the dude is like, that's why I had to research, like how to research. I had to show you how to research properly. He's saying you can't play these things. Bro, you can play these things. You actually can play those things, man. So when he's saying you can't play them, it's like, dude, why? The question should be, why do you believe they can't play them? Oh my God, this stupid thing. I'm pressing that. Okay. Yeah, so the question for focus should be, why do you believe they can't play those songs in these venues, these institutions, these buildings, as you're claiming? Why they can't play them?
The fact that she joined that lane of positivity pop music, it afforded her a global a position that she would never have been able to get if she was in negative, purely putting out negative music. So I say all that to
see, but the question comes back to why. Like, is there a force field that automatically, is there a filtering system that automatically just blocks her out? Like, why?
Say negativity does not sell. It marginalizes you. It keeps you from selling. It keeps you from getting.
Okay, so that's my argument. So how are we disagreeing? But he's born. That's the argument I made. Okay, so you know what? I think he's going to contradict himself. So let me clip this. See, this is what I do, MC Fact. I clip it, man, because I think he's going to speak against this nowadays. Because by him saying negativity does not sell, that's my conclusion. But how are we disagreeing then with the music industry if we got the same conclusion? This is wild.
Putting out negative music. So I don't say all that to say
I gotta click this.
negativity does not sell. It marginalizes. It keeps you from always in negative, purely putting out negative music. So I don't say all that to say negativity does not sell. It marginalizes you. It keeps you from selling. It keeps you from getting Grammys. It keeps you from getting respect. It keeps you from being mainstream. It keeps you from being on the Jumbotron in Universal Studios, on the loudspeaker at ShopRite or Walmart. It keeps you from all of this. There is no negative benefit for us in at all. The only people who is in negative, purely putting out negative. If she was in negative, purely putting out negative music. So I don't say all that to say.
Okay, I got it.
I don't say all that to say negativity does not sell. It marginalizes you. It keeps you from selling. It keeps you from getting Grammys. It keeps you from getting respect. It keeps you from being mainstream. It keeps you from being on the Jumbotron in Universal Studios, on the loudspeaker at ShopRite or Walmart. It keeps you from all of this. There is no benefit for us in the music at all. The only people who don't say all that negativity does not sell.
Because I believe he contradicts this when I talk to him later, some years later.
It marginalizes you. It keeps you from selling. It keeps you from getting Grammys. It keeps you from getting respect. It keeps you from being mainstream. It keeps you from being on the Jumbotron in Universal Studios, on the loudspeaker at ShopRite or Walmart. It keeps you from all of this. There is no benefit for us in the music at all. The only people benefiting is them, which is why the music stays prevalent, because they want to keep putting it out. You think these little
but you're
Uzis,
saying
little
there's a
punks
gate
come out of nowhere, but they are being funded. You look at Atlantic Records and the people that they signed and they put out, Kodak Black, Cardi B, all of these people, they are 100% negative, 100%. Like if you look at the list of rap artists that they have, Atlantic Records, and then on the other side of that, you got Bruno Mars. On the other side of that, you got, positive, artists on Atlantic. But the black artists on Atlantic Records, the vast majority of them, it's all hood rapper extraordinaires, bro, if you actually look at it. So that means they have a vested interest in making sure that the deteriorated black mind stays prevalent. They make
all right, I got
sure
one last point.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It was just one last point. This is more like trying to get to a solution before.
MC Fact. Look who owns and controls Def Jam, Wink. That's not a wink. Yeah, I would like, the real wink is for you to, not tonight, I'm going to log off. I would like to have this, not debate, conversation with you. Okay, I would love to talk about this because I don't know if you really researched this stuff. And it's okay if you really didn't. We still could have a conversation, but remember about research. Remember we read research, how to research great. They said always have an open mind, or they say always be ready to change your position based off new information, right? New details. Always have an open mind to change your stance. Okay, all right. This makes more sense. There's more facts over here. Let me leave that. But Def Jam, we could talk about Def Jam. All right, yeah. So, but this is a good topic we went into. So we're not always doing the tether stuff. You know what I mean? There's other things to talk about other than the haters of other races, other ethnic groups. So I said, let's talk about hip hop. The music industry. You know what? Let's talk about it some more. Maybe tomorrow. I can't guarantee. But maybe tomorrow we can talk about it some more. Right. But right now, it's 12 o'clock, a little after, and I am super tired. So I'm going to talk to you guys tomorrow for sure. I don't know what topic, maybe a part 2 of this. Okay, and I just want to say peace. Thanks for stopping through, sharing your opinions. You could do it without being censored. Just don't say nothing crazy. Don't make some absolute anti-Semitic, claims. Like, you guys can't have a conversation without being anti-Semitic or saying some racial crazy stuff. Sometimes it doesn't take research to understand something. Nah, common sense ain't common, man. So when you say common sense, like, again, like, what is that? Because common sense to everybody is not common sense. Peace, love, joy, good night. Yeah. All right. So we'll pick up tomorrow, possibly. All right. Peace. You might want to stop that first.